frustration after losing at the Australian Open, smashing her racket, not knowing cameras were around. Lyra, people are talking.
People are talking, Robin. Good morning to you. As you know, Coco Gauff, at just 21 years old, was already a two-time Grand Slam champion, but she has had some challenges since winning the French Open last year. And now she says her frustration with herself and how she is playing at the best of her after this most recent loss. It was supposed to be a private moment. American tennis star Coco Gauff smashing her racket in frustration. Commentators and the whole world, though, watching it happen live.
Wow.
The racket smash happening after a huge upset for the 21-year-old in the quarterfinals of the Australian Open, losing to Ukrainian Alina Svitolina. Coco seen here leaving the court seemingly composed as cameras followed her into the wings and eventually behind a wall.
I tried to go somewhere where they wouldn't broadcast it, but obviously they did. So, yeah, maybe it's some conversations we can be had because I feel like at this tournament, the only private place we had is the locker room.
It's something Gauff isn't apologizing for, saying it was better to smash a racket and take her frustrations out on her team.
I don't think it's a bad thing. So I don't try to do it on court in front of kids and things like that. Um, but I do know I need to let out that emotion. Otherwise, I'm just gonna be snappy with the people around me, and I don't want to do that.
While Serena Williams is showing her support for Coco, she wrote on social media, quote, passion, caring, matters. Nothing wrong with hating to lose. Now, Coco, when you won, I can show you how to demolish in one swipe Serena style.
The people around her supporting her and saying, look, she did not know she was on camera. She purposely tried to get away from the cameras.
Had a moment in private, so she thought.
Absolutely.
Well, we're actually Coco fans regardless.
All coming up, we've got something known as ghost students. Steve Osunsabe will explain, but now let's get to Ginger.
Now, stay with us. Your local weather in 30 seconds.
This Valentine's Day, the UPS store is shipping all the way up the air. From lovey-dovey XOXO to Galentine's Gala, even your doggy's ears. Then there's all kinds of care. When you shop UPS Air at the UPS store, your items arrive on time or your money back, guaranteed at no extra cost. Exclusively at the UPS store U.S. retail locations. Send your gift at the UPS store, so no one's left wondering, do they like me or like me not?
Good morning. We have a new dense fog advisory all across the region this morning, from Merced County all the way down towards Kern County. Even areas of the Grapevine could be impacted by patchy, dense fog. This is in place until about noon this afternoon, and once we go into tonight, another dense fog advisory. So we do have active weather alerts in place today and tomorrow. But look at that. We do have plenty of 60s in the forecast, 64 degrees and some sunshine today, dropping our temperatures just a bit tomorrow, but 60s returning for your weekend.
When you have everything you need to get stronger, just around the corner, you can give it everything you've got. Very more certainly. With over 2,800 locations, there's always a place to get your gear. Get 24-hour limited Android for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 30th. Do it today. Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet.
Kellogg's cereal. Grain, sugar, salt, pulse. That's it. Plus vitamins and minerals. Oh, and ice cold milk. Planet Boost. Today off. Low in the morning. Rated R. 75 millimeters.
Another morning plus. Without osteoporosis, I thought our days would be different. No way. We still get to meet, though. If you're postmenopausal osteoporosis and are high risk for fracture, just build new bone in just 12 months with Evenity. The only bone builder that also helps grow bone. And Evenity is proven to significantly reduce spine fracture risk. I love the cool stuff we're doing. Yeah, we're still out and about exploring. Yay for building new bone. Evenity can increase risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from heart failure. Helping natural prevent heart attack and stroke. Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it, have serious events occurred with Evenity. Signs include rash, hives, swelling of the
starting at $5.99.
Be the one thing that can change everything. Be bold, be authentic in a world where you can be anything. Be you. Be love. Be life. Be love. Pandora.
My mother was diagnosed with breast cancer at 45. But thanks to the right diagnosis, treatment, and care, she lives nearly 49 years. At Vanderbilt Human Cancer Center, physician scientists are charting the future of breast cancer care. Their research brings families hope for effective treatment, a cure, and the chance to live with cancer but not be defined by it. And for women's life, every detail matters. Good morning. Time to 7:23 as we take a live look at conditions outside from our downtown Fresno Skycam. A beautiful morning out there. We can actually see quite a bit. We are still under a dense fog advisory, but clearly it is patchy throughout the valley. We'll get into forecast in just a few minutes. Good morning to you. I'm Jessica Harrington. Let's first get a check of traffic with CHP officer Isabel Diaz. Good morning. Good morning, Jessica. Let's bring up that live traffic tracker and see what's going on throughout the Central Valley. Taking a wide shot look at the Fresno area where traffic is moving well on State Route 99, 41, 180, and 168 with no major incidents or hazards reported. Now taking a wide shot look of the North Valley, which is also looking good. State Route 99, 152, 59, and 140 are all integrating with no major incidents or hazards reported. That's your traffic. I'm Officer Diaz with the California Highway Patrol, reminding you to buckle up tight, day or night. Back to Jessica. Officer, thank you. 50, let's check of your forecast in just a moment.
Every January, Fashion Furniture has hosted the single largest furniture clearance in Central California. Save 20, 30, even 40% on half-off one-of-a-kind items. The 66th annual January clearance at Fashion Furniture. This is going to be the big one. The Central California Spa and Swim Spa Show ends this Sunday. 10 major brands battling it out for your business and save 30% to 50% off retail. Over 100 in-stock hot tubs and swim spas to choose from. Now is the time to buy. Plus, take advantage of amazing payment options. The Central California Spa and Swim Spa Show ends this Sunday and is located at the Sierra Vista Mall in Wilshire. Hurry in. Okay, here it's out. 10 pieces of KFC chicken for just $15.99. Think original or too crispy? No wrong answer. It's hot, it's hand-breaded, and yes, it's worth it. The 10-piece drumstick diamond for $15.99 only at KFC.
Because Eat really is a special place and provides more than just an exchange of services. We really have a culture that embraces our values. Flexibility gives our provider that one-on-one rapport with their patient, and our patients leave here feeling more beautiful, more confident, and a better version of themselves. We offer such a high level of customer service that you're going to forget that you're not our family by the time that you leave.
The good news when you can. Magic Johnson Gold Resort and Casino's $625,000 Play for the Gold giveaway. The games are on, and you can win every single week. With weekly cash drawings on Thursdays and Fridays. You might even win a sheer $83,000 in cash during the grand finale on February 27th. Only at Chanchancy Gold Resort and Casino. Storm Warn is sponsored by Chanchancy Gold Resort and Casino.
Good morning. We are still under this dense fog advisory until about noon today, and then as we go into this evening, another dense fog advisory is set to reoccur at about 11 o'clock, lasting through noon tomorrow. So we can expect that fog to develop late tonight into tomorrow morning. Visibility is expected to be reduced pretty much all across the region. Today, though, we're looking at patchy dense fog. So areas of Merced getting at the worst right now, down to a couple hundred feet of visibility in some spots. About 1 mile from Madera, no visibility issues for Fresno, though you're at 9 miles of visibility. Some issues, though, out in the South Valley. So although Fresno, you don't have it right now, you could see that if you're traveling south or north. So just keep that in mind. Use those low beams, drive slow. The rest of your day, we're looking at those 50s returning shortly, and then as you go to the later parts of your afternoon, sun and 60s.
Why'd I go to the doctor? When my heart kept skipping a beat, I didn't think much of it. But my girls made me get checked out, and it made such a difference. Turns out, I have AFib, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times. Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you notice one or more of these symptoms, contact the doctor. I'm so glad I did, and my girls are too. This is no time to wait. Welcome to the world of Oceania Cruises. The world's greatest cruise has often been packed to the brim. A cruise for maybe 5 weeks or days. It's plenty. It's
If anyone's seen a medical
it's
proof
Ocean
nausea, tell them
Cruises.
Sector C5 is
Mississippi
closed for
humor for
hours.
myself holding me back. You'll wear it down, and for the first time in a while, you'll like the way your part is falling. This shift, it comes from sticking with a routine that works from the inside out. Get growing at Nutrafol.com.
If you want the real deal, you should switch to Tide. Really? Stuff over there, it's so watered down. Tide cleans the stuff in other scents. Or it's cleaner. It's cheap. It's great too.
Excuse me,
Give me a look.
I'll take Tide.
It's got to be Tide.
Busted.
Support success every week. B12 for less at Whole Foods Market.
Since Jennifer Grey and Patrick Swayze gave us that incredible lesson Dirty Dancing, our fans are having the time of their lives. News about the highly anticipated sequel coming up in about a year. Looking forward to that. Good evening, Dave. Rose got the headlines.
It sure is, George. Good morning. Good morning to everybody. We are going to begin at 7:30 with remarkable video here showing a NASA aircraft landing without its landing gear deployed at a Houston airport. The WB-57 sliding down the runway, smoke and fire coming from the undercarriage there. Officials blaming a mechanical issue. The crew escaping unharmed. An investigation is underway. The record-breaking measles outbreak in South Carolina is growing. 89 new cases reported since the last update on Friday. That brings the total to 789 cases in that state. More than 550 people are quarantined. State officials say it's South Carolina's largest measles outbreak in over 30 years. And watch this harrowing video here. It's a lone skier on a backcountry run in Canada. Suddenly, the snow gives way, and the skier is right in the middle of an avalanche. They were buried ultimately up to their waist, but they lost both skis and still survived. And a shocking development in sports here from the Pro Football Hall of Fame. ESPN reporting that former Patriots head coach Bill Belichick did not receive enough votes to get into the Hall of Fame on his first ballot. Belichick is reportedly befuddled, like the rest of the football world, reportedly asking associates, quote, 6 Super Bowls isn't enough? Unbelievable.
Not just 6 as a head coach, he won 2. What the guy underneath him, the coordinator? I mean, the guy had 8 Super Bowls. I think it's, to be honest with you, from a member, it's embarrassing. I think it shows just how flawed the whole voting process is. And maybe the people who are voting need to be changed because it's ridiculous. I think it just ruins all the credibility of the Hall of Fame.
Well said.
Yeah. So apparently, where's the puddle, too?
Yeah.
He's a little more than the puddle. If you're going to say something else, then you'll get me kicked off the air, so I was quiet. All right.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We're going to switch gears now to new details on the investigation into last year's mid-air collision between a military helicopter and a commercial jet. Left 67 people dead at Reagan National Airport in Washington. Transportation correspondent Gio Benitez is back with the story. Good morning, Gio.
Hey, George, yeah, tomorrow it'll be exactly a year since that horrible crash. And now this morning, the NTSB is not just saying what went wrong, but they're issuing a serious warning about which airport could be next.
This morning, our first look at what the NTSB says pilots of both the Black Hawk helicopter and the American Airlines plane saw the night of that tragic collision that killed 67 people. The NTSB releasing cockpit simulations showing what the pilots likely saw. This one, from the perspective of the helicopter, you see the American Airlines flight, but it looks more like a light. By the time it quickly comes into full view, it's too late. And From the plane, you see the Black Hawk circles in the distance, but just seconds later, the impact.
This was preventable. This was 100% preventable.
Investigators say the air traffic controller told the chopper to pass behind the plane, but the chopper crew never heard the command. Controllers have been sounding the alarm about traffic at Reagan National for years, and now this morning, the NTSB warning about a risk at another airport, California's Burbank Airport.
Commercial airlines have called me to say the next midair is going to be at Burbank. And nobody at FAA is paying attention to us.
The FAA saying in a statement that earlier this year, it permanently lowered the nearby Van Nuys airport traffic pattern by 200 feet after a safety analysis found that it reduced conflicts with aircraft landing at Burbank Airport.
And the NTSB determined that the probable cause of this accident was systemic failures within the FAA, especially a failure to act on recommendations. The FAA has now made a big change. Helicopters and planes cannot share the same airspace at that airport, guys.
Yeah, hopefully those changes save lives, Gina. Thank you. We're going to turn now to new details on a surgeon accused of murdering his ex-wife and her husband. Prosecutors now say he was caught on video outside their Ohio home weeks before the killing. Chief investigative correspondent Aaron Petersky joined us with more. Good morning, Aaron.
Good morning, Michael. Before her ex-husband allegedly murdered Monique Kepi and her new husband, police say he threatened and stalked her. This morning, new details about the murder of Monique and Spencer Kepi. The man charged with killing the couple, her ex-husband, Michael McKee, was allegedly caught on surveillance camera lurking outside their Ohio home 3 weeks before the murders. The couple was not there at the time, but attending the Big Ten championship game in Indiana. Court records say McKee, who's a vascular surgeon, stayed in the yard for a few hours on December 6th, a day police said he was not on the schedule at his hospital. On December 30th, police said McKee had left his phone behind and showed up again at the Kepi's house, broke in, and shot the couple while their children were inside. The children, 4 and 1, were unharmed. Spencer Kepi's co-worker called 911 when he failed to show up for work at his dental office.
He is always on time. This is very out of character. But we can't get in touch with his wife, which is probably the most concerning thing.
McKee and Kepi married in 2015 and divorced 2 years later. Investigators said friends told them McKee had been abusive and had made numerous threats on her life during and after their marriage. Another friend allegedly telling investigators McKee told Monique that he could kill her at any time and would find her and buy the house right next to her, that she will always be his wife. McKee has pleaded not guilty. And now McKee is being held without bond. He faces a possible life sentence if convicted of these murders. Gus?
Okay, Aaron, thanks to you. Coming up later, breaking at 8, Amazon cutting 16,000 jobs this morning. Rebecca Jarvis is here with details on the second round of layoffs in just 3 months and what's behind the cuts at major companies. The next beat, Open Spivey is here in the studio with us. Have a good morning about a scam?
Yes, it's quite a scam. It's something about ghosting. That's what we're talking about this morning. We'll tell you what it is, how it works, and how to protect yourself from these scammers. Okay.
Check Allstate first and save hundreds on my car insurance. Unfortunately, I did not check just how permanent my body paint was.
Your student body president, Stephen Long.
Checking Allstate first was a great idea. Not checking if the body paint was permanent. Now my fight is mine. Yeah, check Allstate first. You can save hundreds. Cha.
Science didn't stop at diet and exercise. Why would you? Human science-backed supplements deliver effective blood pressure support and daily energy through better blood flow support. Because cardiovascular health is everything else. Only human.
When Betty and George switched to consumer selling, it saved them a lot. So they started splurging on date night. No, don't you dare. Quiet, Betty.
Right now, get your second month free. Call Consumer Cellular.
I didn't think someone like me was at risk of shingles.
The rash couldn't possibly be that painful.
And it wouldn't disrupt my life for weeks.
I was wrong. I didn't know that 9
please.
Volunteer job applications can get matched with quality candidates who you need most. Visit Indeed.com/hire now.
A Chewy pharmacy order is also made for Rita. Meds verified by Chewy's licensed pharmacist, paired to save the cheese. Delivered by Chewy, divided by Buddha. For quality meds, for life with pets, there's Chewy Pharmacy. Febreze, your home is your happy place until you come back to bad odors. Use Febreze plug-in. It has a microchip that alternates between 2 scents to fight odors and provides freshness for up to 50 days. Try Febreze Plus.
Speak now or forever hold the phone. Only took 4 hours of liquid. Unlike Rockefeller GM lately, Delco's 12-hour liquid offers 12 hours of solidity all day or night. Delco, cost prices of burn. New Year, save extra value meals at McDonald's. For just $5, get a savory sausage McMuffin with egg, plus hash browns and a coffee. Sausage McMuffin with egg tea for $5. PG Leakey and his friends invite you to an adventure that's off the charts. Only at Disney on Ice Let's Dance. Island Arena this week. Great seats still available. For show details, visit DisneyOnIce.com and get your tickets today.
An accident can change everything in an instant, but you're not alone. At Jacoby Mars, our team is here to provide you with the support you need and the justice you deserve to get back to the life you love. Call Jacoby Mars today for 1-800-5-MILLION.
We're back now with an ABC News investigation into a scam involving so-called ghost students. They steal your identity, apply for college loans and financial aid in your name. Senior national correspondent Steve Okisami in from Atlanta with this story. Good morning to you, Steve.
Good morning. Good morning. Great to see you all. Some of these are billion-dollar scams where these digital thieves from all around the world are targeting Americans. And what's happening is that everyday people are getting surprised with notices for loans they never took out. This is 58-year-old Murad Mayer of suburban D.C., a business researcher for a nonprofit with a Ph.D. who has no need at all to take classes at this community college in Maryland. But as he and his teenage son discovered last fall when they were applying for college financial aid, someone had beat them to it.
So that's what you saw. Their ads are fake.
Stealing their identities and signing both of them up for classes at community colleges across the country. You're here talking with us. He wasn't as comfortable.
He was scared.
For nearly 2 years, someone was using their credit to apply for school loans. And his son, who today is a high school senior in Bethesda, Maryland, was already listed as a second-year student at this community college in the middle of Utah.
How awful has this been for both of you?
Very difficult. He believes the thieves stole their identities after his wife died in a tragic car accident and their health insurance company had one of those massive data leaks.
That's a huge issue. So, when the pandemic, everybody went to online learning. By doing that, it really did open the door. So right now we have about 200 investigations open nationwide.
They call them ghost students, these digital thieves with no shame. Jason Williams, a federal investigator, says they'll often use AI to enroll long lists of people in schools, sign them up for Pell Grants and loans, and then disappear as soon as they get the money.
And they're stealing identities. These loans are not being repaid. They're being assigned to people that really have a debt with the U.S. Department of Education.
A college in Maryland shared with us this photo of a would-be student applying to their school, and we blurred his face because he hasn't been charged with a crime. Here's that same would-be student trying to get into the same school just last week using a different name and ID. Our owned and operated ABC stations across America are seeing this up close. Our station WPBI in Philadelphia spoke with 2 schools.
We had nearly 500 ghost students that actually were registered in classes.
How many records are on the database right now?
In suburban Atlanta, former NFL linebacker Maurice Simpkins' wife run a software security company that helps more than 150 schools verify the identities of entering students to make sure they are real people.
What's the worst you've seen? One school we ran through that was about 31% of the data that they presented to us was fraudulent. Wow. Yes, sir. And that was scary.
We asked our experts where these criminals are coming from, and they told us they're seeing digital footprints from Bangladesh, Nigeria, and Russia, just to name a few countries. Authorities are encouraging everyone to go to the credit agencies, download the app
if they have it, and keep your credit record locked. They say there's no reason to keep it open unless you know you're about to buy something or apply for a loan.
Say to freeze it.
To freeze it.
Okay.
That's the best thing.
Okay, Chance, you have personal experience.
Well, I wish I knew that back then, because it turns out that last year in February, I wake up to my credit score dropping by about 200 points. And I freaked out because I'm like, did I do something wrong? And I look into it, and it turns out that during the pandemic, someone took out the loan and a federal grant under my name. It was thousands of dollars. And so I'm trying to figure out how to do this. I had to get 2 decades worth of documentation to prove that that wasn't me. I had to get over my high school transcript. Do you know how to get that? Why? Over 20 years ago, I had to go ahead and find that high school transcript and get all of that information. It was harder to prove that I wasn't the scammer than it was for the scamming to get it.
Notices that you owed money?
I was not getting any notices at all because they created an account with a fake email address, a fake phone number. So none of that was coming to me until it was time to pay up.
You and I talked about this. How long did it take you to clear all this up?
11 months. It just got cleared.
That's an eye-opener. Thank you both. Thank you both very much.
Sad you and everybody else had to go through that. All right, thank you for sharing that, Jeremy. That helps a lot. Steve, thank you. Great job there. And coming up later, breaking at 8, TikTok. Suddenly, they major social media speaks in lawsuit. Now what it means for Meta and YouTube. And next, Larry, you have our play of the day.
Yeah, Michael, this is so exciting. We have some adorable and endangered arrivals at the Mystic Aquarium. We will introduce you to them when we come back. Ready for your next challenge?
Let's get to work.
Thousands of puzzles to expand your kingdom. Unlock epic stories as you play. Help King Richard face his greatest enemies. Team up with King Richard's family in thrilling mini-games. And join the millions playing Royal Kingdom today. United Healthcare knows you've got your whole life ahead of you. Whatever comes next, you can count on United Healthcare to help you with reliable Medicare coverage.
Welcome to the Canopy Club. Today's hypothesis, Jergens cherry almond plus long-lasting hydration equals an iconic formula. Hypothesis confirmed. Jergens cherry almond is the iconic scent of softness. The feel-good feeling of Jergens.
Nobody likes a cracked windshield.
Is it bad?
No, but you can go to safelight.com and get it fixed now and pay later. SafeLight can come to you for free. Don't wait. Get fixed now and pay later at safelight.com.
Safe repair, safe replace.
Get these fun game day snacks from Instacart.
So taking you every day. Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
On Medicare, living with diabetes, why don't you have your Calculus Life? The Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sensor is covered by Medicare for more people managing diabetes with insulin. This is progress. Ask your doctor today.
Fancy Feast presents our latest chef-inspired creation, Fancy Feast Gems. This rich pyramid-mousse tartare puts mealtime in a bold new light and turns the everyday into extraordinary. Fancy Feast Gems. Love is in the details.
For small business owners, taxes is more questions than answers. Now taxes isn't TurboTax. It knows your industry, so your small business can really take off. Now this is taxes.
Why suffer through painful heartburn longer than necessary? For effective relief, nothing works faster than Alka-Seltzer. The effervescent formula begins neutralizing acid in seconds to effectively relieve heartburn fast. Try Alka-Seltzer. This President's Day, upgrade every room for less and more furniture. With sofas starting at $395, beds starting at $195, and mattresses starting at $329. a hopeful milestone. The chicks are settling in well, we understand, behind the scenes, according to the penguin team there. And they may not be alone. Forwarding to the aquarium, they're in the middle of nesting season. Here you can see the penguin nests. They're set up. Yeah, thank you, Sam. The staff tells us that when it comes to checking on the progress of each egg, they do canneling, which means they really stop the light to one end of the egg. There it is, looking for movement within. They say if you get it just right, you can actually redeem the future housing. And there he is. Hi, little baby. You can see them nest. They're like, they're just chilling in their little homes until they're ready to come out. So congratulations to Mystic, and thank you so much. This is a major breakthrough because this is a highly endangered species.
I see a roosters in your pictures. Mystic, you've been there before.
Oh, yeah. Just up the road from my home, and I'm happy to go anytime.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Coming up, how about a cup of hot chocolate unlike any you've ever had? We're going to see how Miami is heating up the hot cocoa game. Okay, y'all chill now. With our new slamming meal deals, you can make it to everyone and still get dessert. If you've got room. Good luck. Denny's new slamming meal deal starting at $5.99.
Are you Marsha?
I am. Denise, I am.
Thanks for meeting me here. Usually not an introvert dude, barely ever use this phone computer. Unless it's to bundle my trash. Liberty.
I hate this thing, but it's true. You can save hundreds bundling with Biberty.
Liberty.
Biberty?
Liberty.
Biberty.
Are you hungry? Get some for a side now.
And something to relieve.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Good morning, world.
And good morning, Vlad.
Dr. T?
Income Kill Bacteria Stem. Only Trans Antibacterial Technology kills 99% of bacteria to stop bleeding.
Beautiful buffalo long-hair fresh.
The superior nutrition you trust, there's the way Darla loves it. With freedom to mix fresh and dry. It's our natural ingredients, served fresh. New from Blue Buffalo. It's love, made fresh. Introducing the new GLP-1 pill, Umbrella. It's crazy most ingredient at the shop. Now, it's pill. The first ever FDA-approved GLP-1 pill for weight loss, Umbrella. With an innovative formula that finally unlocks real GLP-1 results in a pill. One pill a day to lose 14% of your body weight in a year. The lowest priced FDA-approved GLP-1 ever.
Full Bond Fresh Cacao Touch. A luxury aroma touch. A touch that says, I'm never letting go. That's why Glow Bomb is formulated to make your skin feel untouchable. Get in touch. Full Bond.
Dry eye relief with the prescription MyBo drop? Remove contact lenses before using MyBo. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask about MyBo.
Good. It's Ashley's Christmas Day sale. Discover incredible deals with extra price starting at just $3.49. And save up to $1,000 off your entire purchase. Or take advantage of no interest financing for 60 months. Only at Ashley. It's cold. Fort Myers wind chill 36, and the cold weather advisory is on, and it's going to get even colder this weekend. Miami not only could see the coldest air in 15 years, but potentially get close to freezing. The last time Miami froze was Christmas 1989, so it's been a long time. Daily records possible from Jacksonville to Orlando as we get into the weekend, Tallahassee too, and it stays that way next week. Now coming up, a look at many families facing an after-school crunch as federal funding cuts are closing down programs. And Wheels of Steel winter warm-up with the savings starting at
California history. Well, you're going to feel it. Do we need to cut pretty expensive? Absolutely. That's how you drive down costs. And I'm going to stop Wall Street from buying up middle-class homes in California, affordable and livable. Forget it. The price, the basics.
Cardiology experts use the latest cutting-edge technology for the most advanced procedures, offering you extraordinary care right by your side. All better health. One starts here. Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Pop. We'll take you there.
For Father's Day, Andy's getting a royal treatment. We should have a welcome home party.
You never throw me a party, Dad.
Sure I did. But you're here, the big surprise party.
That was an intervention.
Good
morning, time is 7:56. As we're taking a live look outside from our ABC 30 Meadow Lake sky cam. A gorgeous start to this Wednesday morning. We are still under a dense fog advisory this morning, but things are looking relatively clear for the majority of the valley. We'll keep an eye on it, and Tiffany will have more in just a few minutes. Good morning to you. I'm Jessica Harrington. Let's first get a check of traffic with CHP officer Isabel Diaz. Good morning. Good morning, Jessica. Let's bring up that live traffic tracker and see what's going on throughout the Central Valley. Take a close look into Hanford, State Route 198, eastbound west of 12th Avenue. CHP is en route to pedestrian running across lanes. If you're traveling in that direction, be sure to slow down and move over 4 units. Now taking a wide shot look with the North Valley, State Route 99, 152, 59, and 140, all in the green with no major incidents or hazards reported. Back to traffic. I'm Officer Diaz with the California Highway Patrol, reminding you one text or call could wreck it all. Back to Jessica. Officer, thank you. Hundreds of volunteers headed back out at 6 this morning, continuing their street and shelter point-in-time count of unhoused families and individuals. The Fresno Madera Continuum of Care launched the annual count at 5 last night and will continue through this afternoon. The two-day effort is aimed at helping the two cities learn how they can better serve the unhoused communities. Now let's send things over to Tiffany Olin with a check of the forecast. Good morning.
Good morning. We still have our AccuWeather alert in place for this dense fog advisory from Merced County all the way down to Kern County. Even areas of the Grapevine could be impacted by patchy dense fog through about noon today. Then tonight we expect another dense fog advisory from 11 p.m. until noon tomorrow. So we do have more dense fog in the forecast right now. Visibility reduced out toward the North Valley and Merced. You're down to about a quarter of a mile of visibility and really reducing visibility out in Lemoore. So if you are traveling north or south, just keep in mind you need to use those low beams, drive slow, give yourself that extra time. As we go into the next 7 days, we do have two AccuWeather alerts today and tomorrow for that dense fog. This afternoon, though, we are expecting a high of about 64 degrees with sunshine in Fresno, dropping our temperatures just a bit tomorrow. Then in the next about 7 days, we are mostly in the 60s.
ABC 30 Action News is sponsored by Balance Treatment Center of Visalia.
Just $5 until 5 p.m. That's 525. Good vibes, good pizza. Look at that.
Every Sunday night, he can't sleep. But not this Sunday.
When you really need to sleep, ZzzQuil has no equal. Get the deeply restorative sleep you need. ZzzQuil, not for cold, just for sleep. Really great sleep.
You know what's all good? Zero heartburn. That's why I take Prilosec OTC. Just one pill a day blocks heartburn before it starts. Prilosec OTC. One pill, zero heartburn. All good.
Stephen and I chatting a thing or two about sports.
Yeah, we talk with them every day. Well, there's this thing called esports that's growing on school campuses across the valley, helping students feel more connected. Studies show students in esports improve school grades and attendance.
Plus, confidence grows while forming new friendships.
Sponsored by Valley Children's Healthcare, Tulare County Office of Education, and Educational Employees Credit Union. ABC 30 partners, putting children first.
Some car can't we heard was screeching up, and all of a sudden it was a bang.
Rhonda suffered a serious back injury and couldn't work, so we went to work for her right away.
You know, that's pretty tough. Some call courtesy of Banner.
She trusted us to take care of her, and we did.
They got me more money than I thought I was going to get. I was like really happy, shocked.
We take care of our clients and get them all the money that they deserve.
They're heavy hitters, and they know how to hit heavy and hard.
Call 1-800-GOLD-0800.
Happy Wednesday.
Fairland County. As presidents from trying to take this home, fans need to de-escalate a little bit.
After-school care crisis. With federal funding cuts putting many programs in jeopardy, where is it going to be? What's going to happen to them? Our look at one that's filling the void for parents, as many look for answers to what happens when school's out. But work is not over. And you know who loves waking up early? Kevin James. I never said that. The King of Queens takes Emily in his new movie as he joins us live on GMA. And he sings, "Good morning." Live from ABC News headquarters in New York City, it's Wednesday. Good morning, America. And Good Morning America. We're fired up for Kevin James, and we're fired up for our series, United States of Hot Chocolate. It's heating up in Miami, and Heather Walker from our ABC affiliate there is going to introduce us to two sisters who are putting their delicious spin on the classic drink you do not want to miss.
Okay, also have the latest on the social media addiction lawsuit. Which popular app just settled as the landmark trial getting underway? First look at the top story phrase today. We start with the latest on the investigation of the killing of Alex Freddie by federal agents in Minneapolis. Department of Homeland Security sent Congress a preliminary report on the shooting of the 37-year-old out of Edensburg. President Trump is saying he's going to de-escalate the situation in Minneapolis, continue to pin the blame on Freddie. And we'd like to have Matt Rivers on the scene. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning, George. A major shift in tone in the administration as officials are now all but admitting that the killing of 37-year-old Alex Freddie was not justified. This morning, new details in the killing of 37-year-old ICU nurse Alex Preddy by federal agents in Minneapolis. ABC News obtaining a report sent from the Department of Homeland Security to Congress, notifying lawmakers that a preliminary review of the body camera footage worn by federal agents involved has been conducted. It's the first time the agency has acknowledged critical facts, notably that two firearms were discharged during the incident. The report going on to say, approximately 5 seconds later, a Border Patrol agent discharged his Glock 19, and a Customs and Border Protection officer also discharged his Glock 47 at Preddy. The two federal officers seen here pointing their guns at Preddy. Preddy's firearm, which he had a legal permit to carry, was removed from its holster by an officer before some 10 shots were fired, killing him. At no point in the DHS report does it say Preddy attempted to reach for his weapon, as officials had initially claimed in the hours after the shooting. Now, President Trump saying he wants an honest investigation, but also seeming to continue to blame Alex Preddy for his own death, saying he should not have brought a weapon to that protest. This despite the fact that he had a legal permit to carry that weapon and did not brandish the weapon at all. Robin?
That was very clear. All right, Matt, thank you. Now to breaking news this morning. Amazon announcing a new round of layoffs, the latest big company to cut its workforce. Our chief business correspondent, Rebecca Jarvis, joins us with those details. Morning to you, Rebecca.
Good morning to you, Robin. And this is despite a booming business. This morning, Amazon announcing they will be cutting 16,000 jobs. This is the second round of layoffs in just 3 months. The retail giant let 14,000 corporate employees go in October. They sent a message to workers today, and the company says they have been working to strengthen the organization by reducing layers, increasing ownership, and removing bureaucracy with organizational changes that started in October, and they are now complete. Amazon assured employees their plan is not to make broad cuts every few months, but that every team will continue to evaluate and make adjustments as needed, adding that it's never been more important than it is today in a world that is changing faster than ever. Last summer, Amazon CEO Andy Jassy said he expects Amazon's corporate workforce to change because of artificial intelligence. And Amazon isn't alone here. We are seeing a number of different types of companies recently announcing cuts as they focus more heavily on AI. From Pinterest, which just announced it would lay off less than 15% of its workforce and reduce office space, to Facebook and Instagram parent Meta, to Nike and UPS, which plans to reduce its workforce by 30,000 this year. And Michael, I just want to say, if you are a job seeker in this market, we will continue to help you and hold your hand through all of this. We know it's tough out there, Michael.
Yeah, it sure really are. It's changing the world now. Even the best way to go. Most people. Thank you so much for that. We're going to turn now to TikTok. agree to settle a landmark lawsuit alleging it intentionally tried to get kids hooked to its platform. The settlement coming just as the trial, which also involves other media giants, is about to begin. Elizabeth Shuby is in Washington for us. Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning, Michael. So TikTok will no longer be part of this first-of-its-kind trial, which is all about if social media companies designed their apps to be addictive for young users. Just hours before jury selection started Tuesday in Los Angeles County Court, TikTok reached a settlement. The details are not public. Snapchat also settled ahead of this trial. So this means that Meta, which owns Instagram, and YouTube will now be the two tech giants facing a jury for the first time. We do expect Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg to take the stand. This case centers on a now 20-year-old woman who claims that the app used features like auto-scrolling to get her hooked, ultimately leading to anxiety, depression, and body image issues. Meta and YouTube dispute these allegations. YouTube says providing young people with a safer, healthier experience has always been core to our work. Meta says it is confident that the evidence will show our longstanding commitment to supporting young people. This trial is really widely considered a bellwether for other lawsuits against tech companies as young Americans spend more time online. One study found that teens spend an average of 5 hours per day on social media, guys.
Okay, Elizabeth, thanks very much. Now you're going to stick around. Coming up in our January morning menu, Elizabeth's going to tell us about how federal funding cuts are leaving some parents scrambling for after-school care.
Also ahead, a record-setting stop to record high prices. Harry Styles is gearing up for his new world tour. All the details in pop news with Lara.
Plus, 3 is back with winter warm-up savings starting at less than $10. Lara and Sam, they got a special guest.
Look who it is. Kevin James is here, taking us to Italy.
It's fun for all of us. This is a romantic show right here.
Would you sign us off? This is up to you guys.
Let's go.
Stay with us on Good Morning America.
Where do you want me? Sam is taking the Tide Booster test.
Oh, yes, I am. What's her name?
Looks like a full buffet.
Well, I don't pack her lunch, but I do always know what she has.
Those are some serious things.
And this isn't going to cut it.
Try Tide. It's boosted. The other stuff can't match Tide Boosted Clean.
This is a game changer.
Looks like it.
Gotta keep it clean.
It's cleaner, lighter, lighter, and fresher. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide.
We did it.
So I sense a bit of tension between you two.
Well, our heart attack was a wake-up call, but I still feel like we could do more to avoid another heart attack. I started eating kale. Kale! And I take statins. Right. And we're hitting the gym. I'm worried it's not enough. I just brought him to ask our doctor about Repatha.
Normally, I don't take sides, but you should listen to your heart.
Repatha plus a statin dramatically lowers LDL-C by 62% and drops the risk of having a heart attack by 27%. Do not take Repatha if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Get medical help right away if you have trouble breathing or swallowing, swelling of the face, lips, tongue, throat, or eyes. Common side effects include runny nose, sore throat, common cold symptoms, flu or flu-like symptoms, back pain, high blood sugar, and redness, pain, or bruising at the injection site.
You were right. Our LDL-C is in a better place.
And so are we.
Listen to your heart. Ask your doctor about Repatha.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. And that's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos lets you get life insurance in minutes, 100% online, no medical exam.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Morning. Cough, chit-chat, feeling when it does.
New year today. Kickstart.
Hey. Better. Weekday, it's a morning choice of instant cooling sensation. Also, try new Kickstart Severe Congestion and Cough.
Oh, I'm Franklin Graham. As we approach this new year, we see a lot of difficulty out there. The violence on the streets, the upheaval. It's not just here, but it's around the world, and it seems like everything's getting ready to implode. Well, I can tell you right now, our world needs peace, and we need God's peace. And God's peace comes through faith in His Son, Jesus Christ. That's right, Jesus Christ. He came from heaven to this earth to take our sins. He died and shed His blood on the cross for our sins. He was buried. On the third day, God raised to life. If you've never trusted Him as your Savior, you can do that right now. Just pray this prayer with me. Just say, God, I'm a sinner. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I believe that Jesus Christ is your
full forever. Amen. If you prayed that prayer, call that number right now that's on the screen. We have some folks that would like to speak with you, pray with you, but call that number on the screen. God bless you.
Be the one thing that can change everything. Be bold. Be authentic in a world that can be anything. Be love. Be love. Be love. Be love. Pandora. Being a pro doesn't start under the lights. It starts in the kitchen, where fashion shows move like point roads, reading and timing every pass, and dietitians dial in balance, the way coaches find clean plays. Because what you put in is what you get out, and what you eat, that's where it starts. Factor, eat like a pro.
Car accident? At Jacoby Myers, when we get justice for you, it can make a big difference in your life. Here's what that means. Insurance offers $35,000. The Jacoby Myers result? $500,000. Insurance offers $0. Our result? $2 million. Insurance offer $100,000. Our result? $4.65 million. That's the difference experience makes. Jacoby and Myers, because everyone deserves justice.
By the way, GMA cover story about a crisis facing many American families. Federal funding cuts for the after-school programs are leaving parents without affordable and safe places for their kids to go when school day ends. Elizabeth Schultz has been tracking this story. Good morning again, Elizabeth.
Hey, good morning again, George. So every day, so many parents are cobbling together after school care. When school ends at 3 p.m., work isn't over until much later. We got an up-close look at one program that is filling a crucial void, but federal funding cuts are putting it in jeopardy. Did you get all your homework done today?
Yeah. For Giovanna Sejas and her 11-year-old daughter Nayeli, the Aspire program in Arlington, Virginia, is the missing piece to a complicated puzzle facing millions of American families. Figuring out after-school care.
When I found out this is a free program, I mean, it may be $300, $400, $500 less I have to worry about, on a month basis.
Which quadrant is P going to be in? The program provides free after-school care every weekday until 6 p.m. for students from kindergarten through 8th grade.
Normally, this classroom would have been full of kids.
Yeah, full of kids laughing, learning.
But in 2025, the program was forced to shut down this entire classroom after cuts to federal funding by the Trump administration.
You had to tell 25 kids who have been coming here they didn't have a spot anymore.
Yeah, it was awful.
Those federal funding cuts are only making worse an already dire economic picture for after-school care in America.
There is enormous demand for after-school programs, but far too many families don't have access.
In fact, nationwide, Education Department data shows only 42% of K-12 public schools say they're able to provide after-school programs with an academic focus to all the students who want or need them. When the funding cuts were made, the Trump administration said the programs no longer effectuate agency priorities. Giovanna's daughter kept her spot. Her mom gets emotional, thinking about families who weren't as fortunate.
And I looked at the community, and I saw the same kids that I worried about 2-3 years ago. Where are they going to be? What's going to happen to them? It made me think, and I looked around, and I was very grateful for everybody that's involved in this program.
The program was able to secure a grant from the county and some private donations to reopen that classroom at least for the rest of this school year. But the director tells us she really has no idea what the budget will look like after that. She's not expecting the federal funding to come back. Tomorrow we will highlight efforts at the state level to provide free universal aftercare. Guys.
Such a critical issue for so many families. Thank you, Elizabeth.
All right, time now for our series, United States of Hot Cocoa. This morning, our tour to find the best hot chocolate is heating up in Miami, and Heather Walker from our ABC affiliate WSBN is there for us. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning, Michael, from sunny Miami. And when you hear Miami, you don't usually think of hot chocolate, right? But it's actually chilly for us here. It is 50 degrees and that is cold for Miami. So it's actually perfect weather to enjoy some hot cocoa. And I'm at the best spot to get some hot cocoa here in South Florida at Garcia Navet. They have the best hot cocoa, and it's run by the sisters right here that's joined us, Isabel and Susanna. We wanted to feel very welcoming. For sisters Isabel and Susanna, sweet chocolate is the warmest grow around some really fantastic confectionery and chocolate. Based in South Florida, their namesake store, Garcia Neves, melts together their Venezuelan roots and Miami's vibrant culture. One of our award winners are Tupelo honey and cardamom bonbon. And Tupelo honey we discovered while living here in Miami. And even in the Florida heat, they're pouring up a hot drink perfect for those cooler days. People in Miami, it's like below 67, and we're taking out our cars, we're putting in we're putting on our boots, and we're drinking hot chocolate. We have our recipe down. It's 60% dark chocolate is what we use. And then we also add a little bit of brown sugar, a little bit of salt, whole milk, because that's, for me, the way to go. All right, so there you have it there. Now, working with your sister, how has that shaped this, and how's Miami shaped your recipe for hot cocoa? Well, I love working with my sister. I feel we really complement each other, and that's worked really well for our business. And we love Miami. It's such a cosmopolitan city, and we love bringing some of our Venezuelan heritage and culture to the city. Well, it is delicious. We know that you guys can stand the heat in Miami, and so let's see if you can stand the heat of the competition. GMA is searching for the best hot cocoa in America. And ladies, I have some news for you. After this show, pack your bags because you are heading to New York City. Not all part of this competition, ladies. If you win, you will win $10,000.
We're ready. Yeah, we're ready.
They've been tempting us with all these delicious hot chocolates. We need them. We must taste them.
They even turned down the air conditioning, put on air conditioning in here to make us really want this. And now we want partners there.
Thank you very much, Michael. And I deliver for you. So we begin with Mr. Watermelon. This one now, Harry Styles making headlines for his upcoming Together for Brand New Music. Last week he dropped his first single, Aperture, which we will play right here. DJ, did you see how I play that? Louis, you made me look so good. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, and this is the first single off his new album with the name that we love. Kiss all the time. Disco occasionally. It's already made its mark on the Spotify and iTunes charts, and this week the battle for tickets has begun. Harry's set for residencies in 7 cities, and due to high demand, he's already added 4 shows at London's Wembley Stadium, making it 12 nights. That beats Coldplay's all-time record for shows at Wembley in the same year. And Harry's showing his gratitude by donating £1 per ticket to the Live Trust. It's an initiative to protect breast youth music venues in the UK. Well done there, Harry. Ticketmaster just released that 11.5 million fans have registered for the pre-sale. This isn't distracting at all, Sam. Quoting it's the highest volume ever recorded for an artist. Hey, if you guys are lucky enough to score a ticket, Harry says fans, you better bring your dancing shoes. And I can tell you one man who has them packed.
Yeah, I think I'm going to get them. We got to learn those moves. All I can think of is there's some rehab coming. Just some rehab or something.
Pre-sale has begun. Go on sale Friday. If you're not trying to get them, it's going to be a show. Believe it or not. And I'm trusting Sam to do that. All right, so it sounds like Baby is definitely out of the corner. You probably have heard Jennifer Grey has confirmed she will be back to Dirty Dancing. Yeah. Not only as the star, but also as executive producer. The original movie, you may remember, I sure do, came out nearly 4 years ago. It starred Jennifer Grey along with Patrick Swayze, and it became one of the highest grossing films of 1987, earning $170 million worldwide. No word yet on the rest of the casting. Grey says that the role of Baby has held a meaningful place in her life, and she's long wondered where we might find Baby later, and what the life might be like now. And I guess we'll find out. The production on the Dirty Dancing sequel begins later this year. We're really excited, guys. Just heard from the Disney folks. Yeah.
I'll catch it.
Okay.
Another thing.
Finally, see the fate of the dogs that are somehow got out just before the snowstorm? Yeah, the temperatures were plummeting out of nowhere, so a rescue team jumped into action. You can see this drone video of rescuers and neighbors searching for her. Tracy, this has been 3 days lost in this frigid cold, nearly a foot of snow. Thankfully, after surviving in the conditions, though, this 5-inch tall Viking was found and brought to police. She has been checked by a vet, and aside from being scared and hungry, totally fine. A water called it an absolute miracle.
That is a miracle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So congratulations, Trixie. I know. Baby girl, you got it.
Good for you.
Yes, and we wanted to bring up Seaside Heights, New Jersey, because the coastal storm that's trying to come for this weekend definitely going to kick up waves, and certainly looks like it'll drop some snow in parts of North Carolina and Virginia. This is again Friday night through Saturday night, and then into early Sunday. It's all about the potential for it getting close to the coast that would bring snow. We'll kind of make this more concrete forecast as we get closer. Let's get a check now, a little closer to home. We are dealing with yet another day of a dense fog advisory until about noon this afternoon. Once we go into tonight, though, another dense fog advisory, 11 p.m. tonight through about noon tomorrow as well. So you can expect lowering visibilities this morning and tomorrow morning. Now, as we go into this afternoon, we're looking at a high of about 64 degrees here. AccuWeather alert in place tomorrow as well, a high of about 59. The 60s returning shortly after that and lasting for your weekend.
Cold weather, storm, and we have a bright spot for you. You got some dealerships. This is going to help everybody here,
We
right?
do. Starting with Lowe's, one of Jimmy's favorites because snow, sleet, rain, they got you covered whether you are shoveling snow, building a snowman, or just mucking around. As they like to say, for 25 years they've been a reliable one. Comfort, safety, convenience for men, women, and kids. Everything is 50% off plus free shipping.
You want soft?
Okay, feel the softness on Dinky Couture. So this was designed to be as soft as a baby blanket, but stylish enough that it's something that you want to display. We've got 4 different sizes. It's a really great, nice, stretchy fabric, but it also happens to be machine washable for convenience. Plus, we've got the more luxurious robes that are really nice, microfiber on the inside, and then blankets that coordinate. Just you want to snuggle up with this. Everything from Dinky Couture. 55% off plus free shipping. That is a good one. It is so nice. All right, it's a 10. We love this hair care because it's one product that does a lot of things, no matter which one you buy. And it's all designed to be kind of multi-benefit. So whether it's fighting breakage, improving and protecting your hair from frizz, adding shine, restoring luster, you get a lot of benefits in a single product. Their signature product, this one right here, the Miracle Leave-In. This is the one that's like the ultimate fan favorite, but personal favorite, this little mask. One of the best things you can do for your hair. This one's under $20, and it is a phenomenal product. We've got 4 different collections, original, keratin, scalp, and silk that you choose based on your hair needs, all 50% off.
Everybody covered here.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. This is a smart toaster from Revolution Cooking. You see the smart screen there. Perfect level of toastiness every single time. So you see we have a little, this is good because sometimes you want it really dark. Somebody else wants it kind of medium, not too light. But one thing people want is crunchy on the outside and never dry out. It's true. And that's what you get. Then we have the optional press that allows you to make more cheeses, paninis, but then you see how typically you get that sweet, gooey, melty cheese and it winds up all over the place. With this, it stays all right in the press, so it's easy cleanup and it's just gooey, gooey deliciousness. Everything from Rev Cooking slaps to have today. It's a really good one.
Okay.
Okay. So one of the problems with fresh produce is that we buy a lot, don't eat it, and then we have big waste.
Yeah.
This prevents waste on your fresh produce. So simple investment for a big benefit. These right here, this little blue one extends the life of produce by up to 3 to 5 longer by sticking it in the refrigerator. We also have these really great glasses that are specifically designed to extend the life of produce by having these special hydro liners. So if you're putting in things like mushrooms, this needs to go in dry.
Okay.
Absorb the water. But if you're doing things, oh well, snail mail.
Yeah.
If you're using foods like
Wet and gross on the inside. That's
yes,
perfect.
if you're doing foods like lettuce and brussels, you have to add moisture. So this helps to do that so that you allow your produce to last longer, less waste, more goodness for your family.
this.
Action News Time now, 8:27, as we get a live look from our Chansey Golden Resort and Casino Skycam in Madera County. The sun is down. We'll have more on your forecast in just a moment. Good morning to you. I'm Jason Oliveira. Right now, I'm going to send things over to Studio for Isabel Diaz with our traffic tracker. Good morning.
Good morning, Jason. Let's bring up that live traffic tracker and see what's going on throughout the Central Valley. Taking a close look into Fresno State Route 99 southbound at Olive. She is on scene with a crash blocking number 2 and 3 lanes. If you're traveling in that direction, be sure to slow down and expect delays through the area. That's your traffic. I'm Officer Diaz with the California Highway Patrol. Passing things back to Jason.
Officer, thank you. Tiffany is straight ahead with your Wednesday forecast.
Live dancing at Blue Oak Grill, Thursday, only at Tiffany's.
There's winners. And then there's winning cash at your Chansey Gold Resort and Casino's $625,000 Play for the Gold giveaway. The games are on, and you can win every single week. Weekly cash drawings on Thursdays and Fridays. You might even win a share of $83,000 in cash during the grand finale on February 27th. Only at your Chansey Gold Resort and Casino.
Well, we are still under an AccuWeather alert for this dense fog advisory lasting through noon today, affecting areas from Merced County all the way down to Kern County. Then tonight, another dense fog advisory at 11 p.m. tonight, lasting through tomorrow at noon. Right now, visibility is reduced mainly out toward Merced, where you're down to maybe even a couple hundred feet of visibility, whereas Fresno, you are seeing no issues at all on those roadways. Down to the South Valley, we're down to about a quarter of a mile in and around Lemoore, so just be extra cautious. You may not have visibility issues in your area, but you could travel and get a wall of fog. But as you go into the afternoon, sun and 60.
A great smile can make all the difference in how you feel about yourself. Isn't it time to have the smile you've always dreamed of? At Goodwin Dental Care, we've been helping thousands of dollar residents achieve the smile of their dreams with dental implants for more than 20 years.
If you need one tooth or a whole set, Whitlow Dental Care can help with IV sedation. It's comfortable and surprisingly affordable. Call Dr. Whitlow and Associates at 559-441-7700. Learn more at abc30.com. Medical specialist.
Helium Malamid showing beautiful control.
Get our best price, just $50 a month for 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine this. Regency. Next live.
Welcome back to GMA, live from New York City.
We were in a full conversation with our friend Anthony Beach, star of TMZ's one of the new romantic comedy, Screw Mia. Welcome back to the beach.
Thank you, guys. Thank you all.
Brilliant. Great premise here. A throwaway honeymoon.
Yeah, I get left at the altar, but to a lot of people, by the way, we so many people where it really occurred, and it's horrible, but
You do those beautiful tickets.
well, that's it, and I can't get out of the honeymoon, and I paid for it, so to go out on my own, and that's what I do. I go out and experience Italy myself. But it's a great cast. It's filmed in Italy. Yeah. Did it have any highlights? It was, yeah. I mean, I gained 30 pounds. Tiramisu was a highlight. Yeah, it was rough. It was rough that way, but it was a great cast. Kim Coates and Jonathan Roumie and Nicole Flamauto and Allison Hannigan. And Julie sort of. Everybody came together, and it was such a beautiful place to shoot that literally, I think it's the best movie I've been a part of it. Not because of me, but because of the people, the directors, they all shot. It's a really beautiful picture.
And you've been in so many films, so that's saying something.
For me, it is.
Yeah, great. Okay, your character, Matt Taylor.
Yeah.
Fourth grade art teacher.
Yes.
Now, what is this TikTok account? Have you seen this, George? Almost like a million. This is Matt Taylor. It's a TikTok account. Has over 1 million followers. Is there anything you'd like to share with us? Did you not know that? Do you not know that? Your
I have no
character.
idea what you're talking about.
Come on.
I have no idea what you're talking about. What is that?
Can you do any of this? Suppose a funny guy. He's awful nice. Singing.
But I mean, that was, I don't know what that was.
Video to tell us how you can win
This
This
is
is your life.
wow.
Oh, no, not Norwegian Game.
Oh,
This one.
yeah.
Singing
Now,
with Prince Jerry
do you have
Lewis.
memory to this? Yes, I do have memory to this. I was very nervous. He threw me up in front of this was in front of I think 70,000 people in Ohio. Yeah. So I'm working on doing a movie with him, and I have to perform. It's a drama, and I have to learn how to perform. So he brought me up, and we had the greatest time ever. And
Why don't you work on an album with them too? Like,
why not? Well, I can try because I can't sing, but I can fake it and dance and.
by the way, he looks great.
Yeah, we're both great. He looks amazing.
You both look good. Hey, listen, you were singing out there. I'm sorry, but it did look like you were walking it up.
I was opening up a little bit. I got, I got asked for. No, I'm not shy, but I'm not good either. So.
You also look really good. I'm sitting right next to you because I think King of Queens was it 28 years?
It's like, yeah, I think it was, 90,
Are you kidding?
98, or 97. One of them.
How can that be that
Yeah.
long ago?
It blows my mind. It really is. It was such a great experience. The amazing Jerry Stiller. I love him. Miss him so much. And Leah Remini. Incredible. Just the best.
That was just lightning in a bottle, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, and I honestly, I'm not even kidding. I feel like we have that in this movie. I never felt chemistry like that in those movies. I really, it's an amazing feeling, and you don't get it very often. But when you do, you got something special. You just kind of feel it. And
You performed. And you had the
Yeah.
Opportunity to go to Italy too.
That was great.
For how long were you there?
We were there for like 6 weeks
The dream.
in Rome and Tuscany.
Ooh, Tuscany.
Yeah, it's just food. That's all I see is food. Like it was so tough, and they say because there's no chemicals in it, you're not gonna. I gained. I defied the odds. I was like, blow it up, man. Can't bring me down. Doesn't matter. Chemicals. Turns out chemicals are the yeah.
I cannot wait to see the movie. Solo Muse in theaters next Friday, February 6th. Thank you for coming in.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Coming up, NBA great Derrick Rose. Here's how about having just retired by the Chicago Bulls.
During the President's Day sale at Ashley, you can save up to $1,000 off your entire purchase. Or take advantage of no money down with no interest for 60 months. Plus, get the best price with our price match guarantee. Only at Ashley.
A happy family is a happy family. And just like regular family time strengthens bonds, regular checkups are essential for a happy, healthy life. Scheduling your next appointment is easy. Just call or text. With more than 40 state-of-the-art health centers, plus 4 company-owned family hospitals, trusted to be your neighbor and caring enough to be your family. Offering retail pharmacy items and drive-through at select locations, plus free home delivery.
When something's wrong, you turn to family first. In our family, we hear each other. We empathize. We help. And that's how people feel when they call the Rob Brothers. When you call us after an accident, that's what you're going to get. You're still getting a powerhouse, hard-fighting, hard-negotiating legal team. But it starts with truly hearing and truly caring. We want to help. Call us and tell us what happened to you. If you call, we're the Rob Brothers.
Steven and I definitely know a thing or two about sports.
Yeah, we cover them every day. Well, there's this thing called esports that's growing on school campuses across the valley, helping students feel more connected. Studies show students in esports improve school grades and attendance. Plus, confidence grows while forming new friendships.
Sponsored by Valley Children's Healthcare, Tulare County Office of Education, and Educational Employees Credit Union. ABC 30 Partners, putting children first.
It's Ashley's biggest mattress sale of the year. Shop incredible President's Day deals, like getting a free adjustable base with select mattress purchase, or pay no interest for 72 months on top bedding brands. Going on now at Ashley's President's Day mattress sale.
Smile off your face.
I'm gonna do that show today. There's no way. Wellness travel is hot. And we're back with some of the best wellness destinations in the world. National Geographic releasing its list with the top spots across the globe and some close to home. National Geographic's newest list, the best of the world wellness experiences in 2026. 14 destinations for travelers looking to unplug, unwind, or just recharge.
We're all looking for ways to connect better with the body and our mind and promote an overall sense of well-being.
There's everything from biohacking in the Maldives to exploring the wilds of Tanzania. But closer to home, there's Tucson's Canyon Ranch.
They've got all kinds of programs, the usual things that you might expect, but they also have all kinds of special programs using things like sound or even interacting with horses.
The other pick that doesn't require a passport?
One of my favorites is a place called Taliesin. It's in my home state of Wisconsin. And Taliesin is architect Frank Lloyd Wright's one of his more famous homes. It's fresh off of a multi-million-dollar restoration. And they're now holding weekend workshops there.
For wellness enthusiasts looking for adventures further afield,
Namibia, one of my favorite places, of course, an exotic destination in southwestern Africa, one of the most spectacularly beautiful parts of the world, and one of the world's best places for stargazing. I've done it myself and can say it is, can really be both life-affirming and life-changing.
Another global destination, the Ana Maya Resort in Costa Rica, is where the jungle meets the sea.
Costa Rica is not a surprising place to think about wellness. It's one of the world's blue zones, these places where people tend to live longer and healthier lives. All kinds of therapies you can do there. Saunas, cold plunges, red light therapy, acupuncture therapy, sound healing, breath work, you name it.
You name it. Yeah, better already. To see the entire list of wellness destinations, go to natgeo.com. GZ, let's go. Let's just go travel.
I'm into the Costa Rica one.
Yeah.
Let's do it right now. People book it, especially with how cold it is. Huh? Yeah, so cold that Fort Erie, Ontario, Erie itself, the lake, is 94% covered in ice. That is very high, even for this time of year. We've been so low the last couple of years. The lakes in general have 43.3% covered. Look at Lake Michigan, 28.6%, and Superior and Huron. We've got pictures coming in, and that's not going to stop. They're just going to keep growing ice because the cold's sticking. That's the big picture. Let's get a check now a little closer to home. We are dealing with another dense fog advisory and focus noon today, then once again tonight at 11 o'clock, lasting through noon tomorrow. But temperature-wise, we're looking at 60s for the most part in the next 7 days.
Hey, so excited to be here with Derrick Rose, the Chicago Bulls legend, whose jersey has just been retired in a very emotional ceremony. Good morning, and give it up for Derrick Rose, everybody.
Thanks, bud.
So let's take we got a little jersey back there. Let's take a look at your number one banner that is being raised and revealed the Raptors. A United Center alongside some Bull legends, some of the greatest players to ever play the game.
Yeah.
What was that like? What was that moment like for you to have your jersey, your name up there in those Raptors forever in a city that you grew up in?
It's unreal with me understanding and being a student of the game. I understand all the great teams that came before me, like the old Bulls, the old great players, Scottie Pippen, Rodman, all the other players, Jerry Sloan, the Bob Love, all the OGs that played. So I was very fortunate to step into a great franchise, great history, and like you said, hometown. So the expectations, the love, and all that, I was ready right from the jump.
And there were so many tributes from former teammates, from and also someone you watched growing up.
Yes, sir.
Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
How did that feel?
I never thought MJ would do something like that, but I've been knowing MJ ever since I was in high school. As kids, we all grew up there. We all grew up together. So the relationship goes back to high school, and I never thought that he'd do a video. So MJ, shout out to you, the family. I appreciate you.
Yeah, we're going to let everybody take a little listen to this video. Let's check it out for a second.
Derrick, congratulations on the retirement of your jersey. Very happy for you. You had an unbelievable career. You really represented the city of Chicago, Chicago Bulls, your family, and yourself very, very well. So I'm very proud of you and very happy for your special day. Looking forward to coming to the United Center and see your jersey hanging up there with my jersey.
Yeah, that's something you keep on your phone. So when people say, "Hey, just look at this,"
That's archive. That's archive.
That's archive. But one thing I love, your jersey's different from all the other jerseys that are hanging in the rafters. Because your mom had a little influence. She did something special.
Yeah.
Put roses and the number.
I mean, that process came from my team. They wanted to surprise me along with the lady that made the sign or the jersey. Like they did a great job with making sure that I was surprised by it. They did a great job with making sure that not everybody was involved, and that's a shout out to my team with making sure everybody felt like they was a part of the journey in which they were.
And the thing is, I mean, so much support from your family, so much support from your friends, from your teammates, but also
Yeah.
your fans, man. They came out in Chicago, which was freezing,
Yeah.
to show their love for you. So what do you want to say to all those fans who watched you over your career?
Oh yeah, to all my fans over the years, thank you. I appreciate it. To all my fans globally, my fans in China, Ni Hao, Ni Hao, thank you for everything. Thank you for the support over the years, for being obsessed, for the journey, the ups and downs, the ugly, and thank you for the book, man.
Yes, this book. And speaking of this book, you had three kids, PJ, Layla,
Yes,
and
sir.
London. They got emotional.
Oh yeah.
And as well. So talk about sharing that moment there with your kids.
Oh, I mean, that's a dad, like a dream come true for your kids to be there. And for me, having PJ, my oldest, 13, Layla, she's 7, and London, he's 6, just having them around is everything. That's why I retired. Like, yeah, I mean, just want to give them everything. I made a gambling move, a chess move to be able to put myself in position to be where I'm at right now, where uh, I'm, I'm giving them my undivided. And with me doing that, I see that I'm creating a synergy for my family, and I'm building an infrastructure so that later on down the line, my family, they could have a fortress or something to safe haven to land on if they ever get into trouble.
Building a legacy, man. And tell me about the book. And I love the name, The Blueprint.
Yes, sir. So once again, shout out to my team, Lena, Maddie, Rand, Art. The idea came from I'm a collector. Me and my wife are collectors, affluent collectors, and I'm into books. So when I did think about creating a book, it was like, man, we got to go to the best book maker in the world. And I feel like Affluent is the best book maker in the world. I feel like they help ideas with you. I feel like you're able to come up or be creative as much as you can whenever you are with them. And the blueprint came from whenever you think about a blueprint, like Jay-Z, you're creating your own concept or your own reality. And for the kid that is quiet, that is an introvert or ambivert, I feel like I had to create my own way for that kid that don't want any shine, that don't want to be idolized, that don't want the fame. I feel like I had to create a lane for them. So for the kids that do, or the people that do purchase the book, you are seeing me from ever since I was younger or in an impoverished area to you see me grown, mature, and with my kids now as a man that's masterful, that's able to adapt, and somebody that's trying to be noble.
A legend. The youngest player in NBA history to win the MVP. And Derek, it's great to be here with you.
Congratulations on that,
We
Mike.
really appreciate you showing up. And you know what? Congratulations on your new book as well. Derrick Rose, The Blueprint, which has so much about his career in his life. It includes a letter from your son, PJ.
Yeah,
That's
everybody.
right.
Yes, sir.
So thank you for being here, man. Really appreciate you. Coming up, Good Housekeeping with Stephanie Sassos joins us with this year's biggest nutrition trend. When we come back with more, GMS.
For over 50 years, Jacoby & Myers has fought for injured clients, winning over 10 times more than initial insurance offers. Call Jacoby & Myers today because you deserve justice.
Good news. Frontier is joining Verizon, bringing wireless together. That's 5G. More ways to connect on the go, less play, at home, and at work. With incredible speeds, reliability, and big savings. Here we are. Frontier and Verizon. Better together.
Smart, severe eczema with that unbearable itch. When it's uncontrolled despite topical treatment, relieve itch fast with clearer skin that lasts. Lenivia blocks the signaling from IL-31, a switch that triggers key symptoms of eczema. Do not take if allergic to
America Fresh and Good Housekeeping, Nutrition Director Stephanie Taco. Welcome, Stephanie. Good to see you in the new year. Okay, used to be almonds all the rage. There's a new nut and tell.
Pistachios are really trending, and they're going past Dubai chocolate. We're really seeing them pilot in some different forms. So here we have some attachments to the pistachio milk latte, pre-made. You can also get their pistachio milk by itself, but I like this because it has no fillers, no oils, nothing like that. So it's a more nutritious choice.
Right.
And then we have pistachio nut butter. So this one is organic. Yes, well garnish poets. You can use this as you would any nut butter, things like that. And did you know pistachios are a complete source of protein? That means they have all 9 essential amino acids. So the quality there is like almost like a piece of chicken. That's how high quality the protein source is. Yeah, it's really, really good for you.
Really packed the protein.
That's right, yes.
Fermentation is all the rage right now. So what products do you have here?
Yeah, so huge focus on breakfast right now, right? You know the importance, gut-brain body connection, and fermentation is kind of going outside the usual. So we're seeing things like this, these dry fermented olives from Costa Rica. So these are from the hillsides of southern Greece. They're cured for over a year, and they don't have any like brine. They're not messy to eat. They're absolutely delicious, so healthy for you. And then wild brine makes this incredible sauerkraut with beets and red cabbage. It's the year of the cabbage, that's what everyone's saying. And pears too, so a little bit of sweetness to cut that tanginess too.
Okay, you talk about sweetness. Sweet, spicy. Yeah. Sam and Michael have already rated our chocolate over here.
And they loved it.
Yeah.
Spicy. That's what they're calling it now. Spicy, yes. So
You guys are spicy.
you guys are spicy. Amazing flavor loop. So we're seeing it in things like this incredible chocolate from Rasa. So it's this dark chocolate from this amazing New York chocolate here, and they top it with the Mama Coco chili crunch. Irresistible combination, but also in things like honey marinara sauce.
That's a great idea.
Bolognese.
Stephanie
You can dip some chicken in it. Unbelievable. So divine.
That sounds very good. We talked about this yesterday on the show. Fiber Maxing.
I saw it. That's
Yeah.
So, huge craze, and as a dietitian, I'm all for this. We do need more fiber, right?
Okay.
But we do want to make sure we're incorporating it slowly, prioritizing whole foods. Also, biggest tip is drink enough water with it. Helps with expanding your stomach even further. And these are some phenomenal ingredients. I love these bars from Flora. This is the founder of Jenny's Ice Cream. She made these, so you know that they're going to taste good. They have lavender, some have rose, and then these are from Cameron. These are not only high in fiber, but also in protein. So a great swap. We know it's going to keep you fuller longer. So when
I love these trends.
Yeah.
Okay, liquid gold. Liquid gold.
Liquid gold.
Olive oil can be used in so many different ways now.
And it's really trending. I love that there's so many ancient foods that are coming back, right? As a Greek American dietitian, this makes my heart so happy. And we're really seeing the health benefits of olive oil play out. We're seeing tons of collagen. I mean, if you take it every morning,
What a minute.
health benefits. Yeah, you can drink it every single morning. It's fantastic.
Okay.
And then we're seeing this gorgeous display-worthy bottle, infused olive oil, so many varieties. The white one makes amazing infused oils with these beautiful herbs and spices. We're even seeing olive oil in packaged goods like potato chips. The Khloe Kardashian popcorn's made with olive oil. So much, and this is a trend I can really get behind.
Okay, it's lovely to see you again. How are you, little one?
Oh, they're so good, and they're getting so big.
Give them to Stephanie. Okay, all of these products are shoppable on our website, goodmorningamerica.com. Thank you, and Good Housekeeping. You've been a great friend to us. Appreciate that. We'll be right back.
We've been searching everywhere since the solar tax credit expired to keep finding you new solar savings.
We found it.
We'll give you up to $5,000 cash back to use on whatever you want. Scan the QR code for a lifetime solar savings.
The problem with California right is some people can't afford to live in California. And the number one reason is going to cost of housing. We're going to run the largest drive for homes that you can afford in California history. And you're going to build a million units. You become permanent residents. Absolutely. That's how you drive down costs. And I'm going to stop Wall Street from buying up middle-class homes and make California affordable and livable for millions. I want us to get back to basics.
Have you ever thought of getting a walk-in tub for you or someone you love? Now is a great time to take a look at getting a Safe Step walk-in tub.
With SafeStep's standard heated seat and new fast fill faucet, you can enjoy a nice warm bath up to 20% faster. And the convenient touchpad control is right at your fingertips.
Each tub comes standard with a
just an exchange of services. We really have a culture that embraces our values. Flexibility gives our provider that one-on-one rapport with their patient, and our patients will leave here feeling more beautiful, more confident, and a better version of themselves. We offer such a high level of customer service that you're going to forget that you're not our family by the time that you leave.
Hey, I knew you didn't get a chance to scan this code yet. Gonna wanna. Go ahead, scan it. Learn how we found a way to get you the equivalent of all those expired solar tax credit savings and how you can get up to $5,000 cash back right into your pocket.
How's this for a wedding surprise? This couple bought 95 pounds before saying I do. A stunning transformation surprising their guests. Now they reveal how they did it together. You gotta see this tomorrow on Good Morning America and stream on Disney Plus. It's a Fellas in Philadelphia, and here we go. Friday morning, Robin Roberts, GMA, and some of the greatest players in women's basketball, all in Philly live. And Wanda Sykes is going to be there too. Friday morning will be unrivaled fun on Good Morning America.
It was like she fought, though she was plucking from the grave. A young girl who deserved
Every single person in her life was suspect. Oh my God.
all through 2020 right now on ABC and stream on Disney Plus tonight.
We're still working on a few kinks.
That's all right. I love a kink.
And good morning. It is now 8:56 as we get a live look here from our North Fresno Skycam at Highway 41 in Prime. Clear skies out there today. Good to see the sun once again. More on your forecast with Tiffany in just a moment. Good morning to you. I'm Jason Oliveira. Right now, with a closer look at traffic, we will send things over to CHP Officer Isabel Diaz. Good morning, officer.
Good morning, Jason. Let's bring up that live traffic checker and see what's going on throughout the Central Valley. Taking a look at Fresno State Route 99 southbound at Olive. CHP's on scene with a crash blocking the number 2 intersection. If you're traveling that direction, be sure to slow down and keep those clear in the Ford area. Same in Fresno State Route 99 northbound at State Route 41. CHP's en route to a crash. If you're traveling in that direction, be sure to slow down and caution through the area. That's your traffic. I'm Officer Diaz with the California Highway Patrol, reminding you a little care makes crashes rare. Now, back to Jason.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, officer. Here's Tiffany Nolan now to look at our Wednesday forecast. Good morning.
Another AccuWeather alert for this dense fog advisory in place until noon today. Then tonight, another dense fog advisory. 11 p.m. tonight, lasting through noon tomorrow. So expect more low visibility tomorrow morning. Right now, our visibility is lowest out toward Merced. You're down to about a quarter of a mile of visibility. Other areas are doing okay. So if you are traveling up for the North Valley, just keep in mind we will need to use those low beams and drive a bit slower. Same with some areas of the South Valley, although not nearly as bad as what we're seeing out toward the North Valley right now. Here's a live look outside at Visalia. We do see quite a bit of some sunshine out there. A little bit of some hazy conditions as we are still under that AccuWeather alert. 46 degrees right now in Visalia. About 4 miles of visibility there. As you go into the rest of your day, expect plenty of sunshine, especially here in Fresno. We're expecting a high of about 64 degrees. Pretty similar conditions to what you saw yesterday. However, tonight, that next AccuWeather alert goes in place at about 11, lasting through tomorrow noon. 60s for the most part for the next 7 days.
This is Lon. And if you're starting to feel like a duck, head into Evans for the stuff you need to ride out the rain. Pick up some rubber boots, straw and shaving, and keep the hooves healthy with Copper Tops or the new Durasol Fresh Treatment. MTG for rain rot and absorbing for aches and pains. And speaking of hooves, Evans has a great selection of horseshoes, shears, nippers, nails, and wraps for the perfect pedicure for your goats, sheep, cattle, or horses. Evans Feed in Yadira, Chowchilla, and Porterville for your wet western lifestyle.
In 2026, the stakes have multiplied. Get ready, because we're giving away $4 billion. From NASA cash prize to luxury prizes, visitors vote here to win big. $4 billion in prizes, dozens of ways to win all year long. Don't forget your chance to win the Florida Casino, where every hit It's still cold here. Freezing. 24 degrees today, 20 on Thursday, 18 on Friday, and then Sunday, there could be a potential bomb cyclone. A bomb cyclone.
I mean, I don't even know what that means to us anymore.
It's moving to the East Coast this weekend. A significant coastal winter storm. Yeah, it's coming. Potential. It's called a cyclogenesis, defined as a formation or intensification of a cyclone or low pressure storm system.
Wow.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Sounds horrible. It sounds dreadful.
Because those piles of snow that we have here in New York City, they're not budging.
No.
They're not budging. Usually what happens is snows, and the next day it warms up and it rains, and it all kind of goes away.
There's like a 15-foot mound of snow in front of the public library. Like a 15-foot. Again, I almost jumped out of the car on the way to work to stand next to it to take a picture of it. But then it's like, then I have to involve a third person. Like, hi, take a picture of me next to this snow pile. I wanted you to see, like, in scale to a person, how tall that is.
Yeah.
And how will people get to the library?
So,
These are the thoughts that occupy my brain.
yeah.
That's what I got going on. But I found something really interesting yesterday. I posted it on my story this morning. Last night I came home. I had to do the podcast, which was very funny because we had people calling in from Miami saying how cold it is in Miami.
How cold was it?
It's the kind of cold that we pray for. It was like 65 degrees, but they were saying it was going to go down to like 35, and that's when the iguanas start falling out of the trees, you know.
Falling iguanas.
But anyway, so I got home from work, and I had been several places after work, so it wasn't like my first time taking my shoes off. Taken my shoes off several times before, but when I got home, I took my shoes off, and I see something in the bottom of my Uggs, because I'm just in Uggs now. I don't even bother putting on other shoes, just for the show. Do you see me in other shoes? Kick off my Uggs, and in the bottom of my Uggs is a frozen, squashed false eyelash. So I guess I had taken off my false eyelashes,
Or
thrown them in the trash, and one was so cold in the trash can, it leaked out and got into my Uggs.
to get a little warm.
To get a little warm.
So you're bending down to put on your Uggs, and it just fell off your eye.
No, because I removed them after work. I removed them and then I put them in the trash. But somehow it made its way into my shoe.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that funny?
So what?
That's when you know it's cold, when your eyelashes want to go into the Uggs for a while.
On the flip side, in Australia, where it's their summer, they have a record heat wave, temperatures near 50 degrees Celsius or 122 degrees Fahrenheit. Yep, it's hot.
I mean, what's to say?
Yeah, and they have that tennis open there, the Australian.
Oh, wow.
Australian Open, so yeah, that's not a great temperature. But so you can play 122 degrees. Kelvin, you play tennis.
You could, but you wouldn't want to, yeah.
Because the
These
court,
guys, yeah.
the court may be hotter, right?
These guys are playing sometimes 6 sets.
Yeah.
Going on.
Well, that's how you play, though. We're thinking about it in
You're
terms of
talking
you.
singles, hard court, yeah, that
Kelvin, I love this. Look at Kelvin with the suit. He's got a nice suit on. I love that kind of gray. It's not charcoal. It's a light gray with the turtleneck just peeled down, just one flap down. I like it with a nice green. Who knew that combination could work? But it really works.
who knew?
Good for you, Kelvin.
Thank you, Mark.
You're like a style icon.
I'm on the fence about it.
Are those Stuart Weitzman?
Yep.
Those are your Stuart Weitzman shoes?
Yes, sir.
Look at you. Give you a little extra height there.
Usually I wear nothing with them, but
Wear nothing?
yeah.
You just wear the way Mark wears them,
Yeah,
just the shoes and nothing else.
Nothing else.
Yes. If I were you,
Yeah.
I would wear a baby blue turtleneck with the gray to make your eyes pop. But that's just me.
Yeah, I
You're
was
not
pink
the
and blue yesterday, so I didn't want to
You don't want to
No, yeah.
you don't want to overdo it.
Good. Well, pivoting right along, we were talking about how it's it's so cold that the Hudson and the rivers surrounding Manhattan are freezing, and this is they had to try to break the ferries free because of all the ice formations.
Oh, look at that. Ferries are canceled, yeah.
Ferries are canceled. Look at that. It's crazy.
That is, yeah, it's cold.
Yeah. I don't. They're saying it's going to be
Several days.
suspended for several days.
Probably,
Yeah.
traffic is going to be bad. Dog owners reveal how far their relationships have gone with their pets.
Oh, good. I'm glad we're bringing that up.
Yeah. Top 10 things owners have done with their dogs. 62% say they have conversations with their dogs.
You
Full on, Jack. Full on conversation.
In my next life, I want the amount of conversation that Mark has with Lena. I want that to happen with me.
And how about the conversations we have about her when she's not even there?
That you have,
Yeah.
because you are convinced that she's not drinking enough.
Well, now I'm not, because I know she's...
He has an app that tells him how many ounces she's had.
She drank 1.62 ounces this morning. She got a 36-second visit to her water bowl today. Thank you very much.
Do you know what I started doing? I started not drinking water deliberately to see how long it takes him. Watch me die of thirst.
You know what they say? Old dog, new tricks. Can't do it. Can't do it. You're going to drink the amount of water you're going to drink. I'm filling the water. Just
Yeah, I just pour a glass down the sink. It's not bad.
62% said they've had video calls while they're away. Oh, yeah. I want to see my dog. Shared plates of food with them. No, we don't do that.
Well, she's not food motivated.
Yeah.
She's not interested in what you're eating.
Dress them in clothes. No, we don't dress our dog up. We put them in a jacket when she needs to go outside. But
She's got 30 jackets.
yeah. Share a bed with them every night. She won't do it.
Well, no, she gets into bed with me.
If I'm not there, she'll stay in bed.
Yes, if you're not there.
But when the alpha's home, she scampers off.
Yes.
Yeah,
She goes to the foot of the bed.
She goes to the foot of the bed.
On my side.
Created social media accounts dedicated to them.
You haven't done that yet.
I'm not going to do it.
Well, I'll tell you why. You hate social media.
I do.
So you're not going to.
Disinterested.
You're not going to.
No.
Post pictures of your dog. That's private. Her love is for you only.
That's it.
Yes.
Does our friend Albert, does he have a social media account for his dog, Freddie? That's so weird, Albert. Albert, come on. Don't do that to Freddie.
She'll always has her fit.
Like, you do? That's weird. She'll like, yeah, fair. That's weird.
And then she'll always will post, like leave captions as the dogs. And I'm like, I know it's you.
The other one, let them ride in the car's front seat. Our dog really doesn't like to do that.
No, plus you don't think that's safe.
It's not safe.
So, yeah. Mark has taken on a level of obsession that I just want you to know that the kids and I talk about you behind your back.
Oh, I know.
Like, we have the family text chain, and then we have this separate text chain where we discuss how
Obsessed.
this codependency to each
And
other.
it's shifted now to,
Yes.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. You used to focus it on the kids.
Yeah, no
You
more.
were concerned that they weren't drinking enough
Yeah.
water. They weren't eating. Like, I remember it.
My
Like,
job is done.
their poop schedule was top
Yeah.
line.
Like, listen, my job is done.
Yeah.
I
Now,
did all I could do. Now it's Lena.
they actually feel bad for her. Because they feel like you used to divide it up amongst the three of them. And now they're like, all of his 3-person energy is now focused on this 8-pound dog.
She loves the attention. Oh, she loves it.
He picks her up and he's like, I don't think she's eating enough. I can feel her bones. And I'm like, that's any dog. If you pick them up and you rub their back, you can feel that dog is.
I am going to get on the scale with her today and weigh her just to make sure. Just to allay my concerns. I want this dog to live as long as I live. I want this dog's life. I can't be separated from this dog.
So you want to live 20 more years.
This dog's going to 40 years. You got to make sure. This dog.
Okay.
Losing one dog was not.
That's true. We don't intend on going through that. biggest fear is what happens when the time comes for Lena.
I'm gonna go.
What is he going to do?
I don't even want to think about it.
Don't even
Think
fear.
about it.
Yeah,
Stop it.
I know.
What's that? The goldfish trick? Yeah.
Oh, the goldfish.
Yeah.
Get another job. And right. Yes. Yes. We did do the goldfish trick once.
Yeah.
But they noticed. They were like, "Why is the goldfish so big?" And he was like, "It grew while you were at school." And it changed colors quickly. We've got a huge show today. Patrick Dempsey is
And from the pit, Catherine Lanasa is here.
and a performance by Aloe Black and Eric Hirschberg. All right, y'all. I can see the look in your eyes. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. It's time to play.
Okay, let's say hello to Elizabeth O'Connor from Bellerica, Massachusetts, who watches the show on WCVB. Good morning, Elizabeth. How are you?
I'm good. Morning, Kelly and Mark.
Morning.
How is it up there in Massachusetts?
It's cold and snowy.
Yeah.
Yep, same, same. All right, listen, you know how this game works. You give us two statements. One is true, one is false. I have 60 seconds to decide which is the truth. And if you stump me, you will win this.
That seemed loud.
That was fun.
Yes.
All right, here are Elizabeth's two statements. I once hiked on a glacier, or I ran my first and only half marathon at Walt Disney World. All right. Do you remember what your time was for your half marathon?
It was about 3.5 hours.
Okay, yeah, I would probably not run one again if I were you as well. That's a long one.
Well, look, it's Disney World. It's beautiful. You take your time.
Take your time.
You're enjoying.
Did you get on some of the rides while you're running? Okay, which glacier did you hike on?
The Mendenhall Glacier in Juneau,
Oh, wow.
Alaska.
Okay, and how long was that hike?
The hike itself was about an hour and a half.
Okay. Would you do that again?
No. I mean, it was beautiful. I'm happy I did it, but no.
I like you, Elizabeth. You're a one and done girl. That's kind of how I am. I feel like I did it and I'm done.
Yeah.
What time of year was this?
It was in the summer.
Okay, so a lot of light?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, look. A marathon, usually people run marathons in 3 somewhat hours, right? Gilman, that's 4 or 4. It could be.
Well, I mean, fast runners run marathons in
Yeah,
3
4
hours.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay. And hiking on a glacier, that seems like fun. What do are you leaning towards the glacier thing, or are you leaning towards the...
I am, but
You are.
I'm not really sure. But yeah,
You're not
for
really
sure.
I feel like we ran a 5K in Michigan and it took us like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's a very short distance
That's true.
and it took us 30 minutes.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm just like putting it
And I
out.
was being pretty judgy about it.
I heard you judging and I was like, not us who ran a 5K in 30 minutes.
Yeah, you're right. I'm going to say you hiked on a glacier.
I did not.
And you're late. You have 20 seconds and only one guess. Good luck, Elizabeth.
All right, Elizabeth, here we go. Last week we talked with Michael Urie. What did Michael say he did on New Year's Day?
He rode on the striking float on the Rose Parade.
The gym was really nice too.
Wow. Oh my gosh, Elizabeth, congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm so happy for you. And it's like you can look out of the window and see the sphere. It's very cool. Very, very cool.
Awesome.
All right, now you get to make the day of a lucky member of our studio audience who will receive a $500 gift certificate to Blue Apron. So please pick a number between 1 and 127.
111.
111. 111. Take your time. We have an hour. Mark, now that we've conquered Halloween, Christmas, our next big milestone is coming up. It's time for our after Oscar show.
You know, it really is something to walk out on that stage the next morning, right after the event happened the night before, and all our fans have been there since 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning,
Yeah.
waiting in line. Yeah, it's a feeling like no other.
Yeah, so we are heading back to LA this year for the Oscars, and we want you to join us. Take a look at this.
Absolutely fantastic.
That's so exciting. Leanne Morgan will be joining us. So if you're going to be in the LA area on March 16th and want to go and get tickets for the After the Oscar show live from the Dolby Theater, go to our website now.
Very exciting, and when we return, Patrick Dempsey's here.
Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Call your doctor about new or sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Reported fever, confusion, stiff muscles, leave baby lightheaded, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, excessive vomiting, diarrhea, and diarrhea. These aren't all the side effects.
Well, you didn't know Stan Knox will make eye care easy.
Exactly.
Present glasses and free eye exam for $79. And easy balancing. Stand by for landing.
Contact light. Okay. Engine stop. Copy, Eagle. Law Brothers, are you ready to be the first men on the moon?
Law Brothers? Yeah, it's a good time. down. We're on with the plan.
Do you need glasses too?
Glasses rising? Oh,
You know at Stanton you can get 2 glasses and an eye exam for just 79 bucks?
don't believe you.
Let me show you.
Okay, let's go. Got the exam, chose the frames, and glasses are ready in 30 minutes. Stanton Optical rules.
Welcome back. Don't forget us for Smiley Show, Kevin James Levine.
And Milo Manheim.
And a simple fix for 26 continues with tips for how to dig yourself out of debt. I won't tell you, I thought it was a dog. I thought it said dog. You know, it was like, oh, not a dog thing. All right, he's an Emmy-nominated actor who's been lighting up our screens for decades. Please welcome back to the show, Patrick Dempsey. You know what's so funny? You both look so cozy today.
Yes, well,
It's as if you planned your looks.
I was watching the show. There's so many things. I was watching the show yesterday. I was flying in from Canada, just finished the show, and you guys were everywhere in the airport.
Oh, really?
And you were wearing something very sort of relaxed and casual and cozy. I was like, oh, I know what
So,
you're wearing.
so you reframed
My look.
you were going to wear the tux, but instead.
Yeah, I decided not to,
I
just
love
to kind of keep the low kid.
Patrick,
So good to see you.
my goodness. I've read this. I can't believe it because you look amazing. You celebrated your 60th.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. How'd that feel?
Let me know.
I found 50 to be a much harder number than 60.
Really?
Yeah, for some reason. I think I've accepted that I'm on the other side of the mountain, and that I just need to enjoy life, be grateful for everything that I have, and just, I think I'm a little calmer. And I have to say, much more active. I mean, you're in such great shape. But
We can agree that 60 nowadays is different than 60 was, say, 40 or 50 years ago. It's like a different. I think we've just figured something out. We're biohacking now. We understand more about nutrition and exercise and sleep and etc.
How did you celebrate this? The 60th?
I was working.
Oh yeah.
I was working all day, which is great. I was really happy. I agreed. My wife surprised me the night before because I was like, oh, she was flying back from Los Angeles. And I was like, oh, well, she should have landed by now. Why didn't she call me? What's going on?
Yeah.
So I texted her, and the minute I pushed send, knock on the door. This was like a really loud knock. I opened the door. There's my wife.
Oh.
So it was great. So I was in Toronto shooting the show, and then she was there. So that was the
Was
best.
she like in a trench coat and then she was like, hello?
She was beautiful. She was beautiful.
70s.
Yeah, yeah.
Sweet.
That would have been a long trip had she been dressed like that.
Your daughter Tallulah is a pastry chef.
Yes.
What a great job.
It's a dangerous job for me because you want to taste everything, right?
Does she test everything on you?
Yes. There's always something going on. She's cooking constantly.
What's her specialty? Like, what should I get?
Her granola is really good. Her cookies are great. Pretty much everything she does is fantastic. And even the stuff that she's experimenting with, it doesn't quite work, is still quite tasty.
Like, if I
It's all plant-based.
could choose my children's job, one would be a pastry chef, one would definitely be a plastic surgeon. Yeah, that would pretty much be it.
And a lawyer.
Yeah.
Her and she saw Lola in London?
Yeah, they were hanging out together at a party. Did you hear about this?
Yeah, I did.
What was really going on? You didn't? You were trying to figure it out. Me too.
I think it
But
was.
she loved it there.
Yeah.
She really loved it there.
Lola loves it there.
Yeah.
So it's nice. I think it's nice when she gets to see other
Expats that are over there.
Americans.
Yeah, and a lot of the kids that she went to school with were there as well. So it was a nice international thing, which is very important right now to understand where we are in the world and to all get along.
That's right. That's right.
The travel, so I think, as a parent, I think it's really important that we travel to understand what we see in the news and what's on the ground is two different things.
That's right.
The political aspect, but then you have the people themselves.
That's right.
And that's who we connect with. And I encourage her to travel, and then you understand the world better.
And you're encouraging her to travel too because now you're an empty nester.
Right. Now I want to travel. Now we're trying to travel.
It really is great.
Yeah. It's a little scary. It's a little sad. But I find that it's harder now as a parent the older they get because you have to back off and let them live their life. But at the same time, you're coming together, like at Christmas, we came together for the first time we've been away, and their perspective on the world, their feedback, and their conversations are so much richer and deeper, and you're really proud of who they are and who they're emerging as human beings.
Agreed.
As long as you're kind and polite,
That's right.
a win as a parent.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll tell you what happened. How about a new craze? Stick around.
Taxes is chasing updates and getting nowhere.
Now taxes.
TurboTax experts doing it all for you. While keeping you in the loop. Chasing is becoming. Now this is that. Into TurboTax.
This sweater? New? No. I bought this 30 times with Brazil. The color's still vibrant for Olay. Aside, it's vibrant wash after wash. Closer tailored for longer with Brazil. Save with the measurement fee, delivery fee, restocking fee,
And installation.
that's not my department. With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, we have clear, all-inclusive pricing.
Caught? Contested?
Who used the next Kickstart?
Hey, better. Meet Connect gives a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. Also, try new Kickstart Severe Congestion and Cough.
I'm obsessed with this Olay Hyaluronic Body Wash. And it's 10 times more vitamin B3 complex. Just one shower transforms my skin from dry to intensely moisturized. For me, it's only Olay Moisturizing Body Wash.
Okay, hear us out. 10 pieces of KFC chicken for just $15.99. You pick original recipe or extra crispy, no wrong answer. It's hand breaded, and yes, for just $15.99, it's worth it. It's giving flavor, it's giving value, it's even giving complete meals. Because for just $10 more, we'll have 2 large sides and 5 dishes. The 10-piece drumstick style kit, only at KFC.
Love it scene without any dialogue at all, just cars.
It's a dream scene.
It's the scene from Memory of the Killer, the new series. It looks like a movie.
Yeah.
Like it's shot like a movie.
It's beautifully shot. We had a great crew. It's
A
fantastic.
lot of people don't know this. I happen to know this about you because of Mark. That's you driving. Like, that's not a stunt driver. That's not.
That's right.
You can drive like that.
Yes.
As a one of your
I'm driving.
side hustles.
It was a side hustle. Thank you, yeah. I love it.
Tell us about the show.
So the show is about Andrew is a hitman by day, and then at night he's a suburban dentist. And his cover is that he sells computers. And he's got these two worlds that are suddenly colliding. And he has this person following him, and he doesn't know why this is happening and who this person is. And it's sort of like that's sort of the arc of the season of like who is chasing him and why.
I would totally cast you as an assassin. This is the
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
this is the first time you've played this type of role?
Yeah. Because usually I play romantic leads.
Yes.
And what appealed to me was certainly a scene like that, to do the action sequences, the fight sequences, and the stunts and all that. So it was really a lot of fun.
Is he a good assassin or a bad
He
assassin?
has a moral, no, he has a moral code,
Heart of gold.
and that's part of what the story's about, of his sort of emergence into this consciousness of, like, I need to change my ways.
Mm-hmm.
But he is a good person, he has values. Just his day job is something that was
Did you two know each other before?
No, but I wanted to work with him, and when I read the script, I was like, Michael would be perfect for this. We should go after him. And I had several conversations with him, and then he decided to do it, and I'm glad he did. I just love working with him.
Oh, great.
He's wonderful. He's so wonderful. Really professional, on time, really gracious with everybody. Like you. I mean, Mark came to the Challenger a couple years ago, and he was so gracious with his time, so kind with everybody he came in contact with. I can't thank you enough for that.
Love
And even with me, love you even more now. I want to come back. You should come back. I'm very excited.
I need to take a training about you.
Memory of a Killer, Mondays at 9 p.m. on Fox. And you can also stream it on Hulu. We'll catch Catherine Renata. Stick around.
We don't hide behind asterisks and fine print. With Southern California, it's what you see, it's what you get. Healthcare that actually makes sense. Let's find your plan together.
For decades, Jacoby Myers has been one of the most trusted names in personal injury law. I know Jacoby Myers has a great reputation.
Jacoby Myers proved to me to be very caring, very supportive of their clients.
I felt confident that he was in good hands.
They care about their reputation, so they don't want to steer you wrong.
A law firm that's been serving people for over 50 years, that law firm really knows how to take care of their clients. Our experience is what separates us from other firms. Call Jacoby Myers. There's Beverly. Another city guest at Jacuzzi Gold Resort and Casinos $625,000 play for the gold giveaway. The games are on, and you can win every single week. With weekly cash drawings on Thursdays and Fridays. You might even win a share of $83,000 in cash during the grand finale on February 27th. Only at Jacuzzi Gold Resort and Casino.
This equally is a special play that provides more than just an exchange of services. We really have a culture that embraces our values. Flexibility gives our provider that one-on-one rapport with their patient, and our patients leave here feeling more beautiful, more confident, and a better version of themselves. We offer such a high level of customer service that you're going to forget that you're not our family by the time that you leave.
Don't settle for this when you can have all this. Feed your family with wholesome ingredients spread edge to edge. Get our large 3-topping pizza for just $20.99. Me and Ed, the Valley's favorite deal.
All right, team. Big game weekend. Let's run the play. Carniceria. Go geek. Carne asada, ribs, wings, all seasoned and ready to score. Produce. Go wild. Run with the freshest tomatoes, cilantro, limes, and avocados. Perfectly ripe for the game day guac. Cocina. Bring the heat. Carnitas. Family pack. Bold flavors. Ready for kickoff.
Sufficient filters, quality, variety, and value. Be sure to pick a crowd favorite with Melanella Variety Cookies.
Welcome back. Here comes the Emmy Award-winning actress who stars as the charge nurse Dana Evans on the hit show The Pit. Please welcome Catherine Renata.
Goals for me. I need Brad and I need to do this.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Well, come and fill in for us.
Yes, Catherine, great idea.
And we both
Great
seem like
idea.
really handsome couples
We
today.
are a blessed women.
And you have been like shoe gold for me
Oh,
for like, I don't even know, ever since Road Regis.
Thanks. Oh my gosh. So I was saying you could play Grace Kelly. Did people tell you that? Have you heard that before?
But yeah, it's
Let's
definitely,
get on it, agent.
that would definitely be gold.
Congratulations, you won the Critics' Choice Award.
Thank you.
Are you prepared when these things happen? Like, can anything ever prepare you?
No, I didn't think that I was going to win the Emmy until it's an incredible category, amazing actresses, wonderful shows. Really, I was just so overwhelmed to even be in the category, just so so grateful. And then
But it's fun to win, isn't it?
winning's great. Yeah. What I realized about winning that I didn't even think about until after I won, I think that if I hadn't won, I would have felt like maybe I failed and felt like I would needed to get a nomination again. Now I kind of feel like let other people win. You know what I mean? You kind of, because you are almost everyone's so good in your category that you kind of feel like they should also be winning. The winning thing is a little bit weird. I mean, maybe we'll just end with nominations.
Did you have any sense, like, when, okay, so then now we're at the Critics' Choice Awards.
Well, no, when I was at the when I was at the Emmys, what I was going to say was that I had no thought that I would ever win, even come close. And then when I sat in my chair, I looked at Grant and I said, I know this is really weird, but I think I'm going to win, and I have no idea what I'm going to say. And I try to say the people I'm going to thank, like, in your ear.
Right.
And you're like, on the spot. Yes, and then I was totally ill-prepared, but I had this huge feeling suddenly when I sat down that I was going to win. And I had this purse that had, like, the list in it, with a purse that's impossible to open, like, where you can hold the list. And, you know, so I was kind of having a panic attack. And then it was the third category up, and then I won. And I got up there, and I was really just gobsmacked.
Yeah, once you get up there, everything go out of your brain. You don't know who you are, what's happening.
Did you thank everybody you wanted to thank?
Yeah, and I remember going partway through the list and thinking, I don't think I said Warner's HBO Max, so I threw that just but
yes, always thank the bosses.
Yes.
If there's anybody you forgot, you can thank them right now.
Yes, I'd like to thank, I thank everybody.
You did it.
I thank everybody. Yeah.
It had to be so meaningful for you.
Yes.
It's a long career you've had.
Yes.
You
Yes.
know, to have that validation.
Yeah, it was nice. I had cancer and was what I would call like frightfully unemployed literally a year before I got the pit. And then to get the pit and then to have it be just so widely received and so well received and then to actually win the Emmy was just
That's something
I
about
know.
this
It
business.
is.
You gotta like just hang in there.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about life in the pit.
Friday at 5. Tune in to see what you voted for as the top 10 clips of the year during our annual Viewer's Choice Show.
He thinks there's a ghost in the house.
Yeah, there is the ghost.
It's a friendly ghost.
Your mom says specifically it's a boy.
At 5. Best Parent. Final Manhunt. Devastation. Higher Bargain.
Let's do it. Has given you the chance to celebrate. It's cosmetic, do it all, and Debone was made for skin like mine.
More even, more dewy and plump.
It's my skincare, my coverage, all in one set. Shop now at Ulta.
We're great with teeth. We're toothbrushes.
But we're not the best with tongues, cheeks, and everything in between.
We need backup. The clinically proven essential oils and Listerine clean every surface of your mouth for whole mouth health. Listerine, and wash your mouth. Tonight.
Take that smile off your face. You are done.
I can't do that show today.
There's no way.
When People Have Shows Rule TV. Tonight on ABC. Streaming on Disney Plus and Hulu.
Game day scratchers, please.
Here it comes. It all comes down to this. We need a miracle. Here's the snap. The kick.
Where will a little play take you? Grab Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Car accidents can be very scary. It can feel like the world crashing down all around you. At the Law Brothers, we control the chaos and we fight the win for you.
1-800-222-2222.
Mr. Digby. Just Digby. Digby. Why'd you wait so long to come see us?
I don't like going to doctors.
Too much. We all need help from time to time. Think maybe we could arrange for some more dental care?
I just kind of want to get patched up, you know?
Yeah. But that's today. What's tomorrow?
Sunday.
Use the system. It's what's there for. realistic portrait of someone that's had a trauma, that suffered workplace violence in a place that she's worked for over 30 years. You know, I don't think any of us would feel like their old self. And I'm glad that they took the pressure off and just let me go in a new direction and let me really struggle with something real.
Yeah, John Wells is a producer, writer. He's been such a legend in our business. Have you guys worked together before?
I worked on ER. I did one episode of
Oh,
ER.
wow.
Yeah, but and he was like gold for me. Was to work for John Wells. If he had been doing a project about like gas station attendants, then I was gonna say they went that way. I would have said sure, I'll do that for John Wells. Yeah, yes, yes. So it was really gold, and I adore him. He's just a master.
What is it about his work that rings so true? Why is it such authentic writing?
Well, he's always put real women on television. You know, remember when you were acting, and you know, like
He never hired me, but that's
well, you know, when we were coming up, it was just such a an onus to be like a sex symbol at all times. 9 layers of Spanx and lots of hair and big body parts, and then you put on glasses and you're smart. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's like all the women we know. You know, and he always had real women on television, and so I felt like if I got to work with him, I'd get to do better acting. Like somehow it would feel more like I was bringing more forward myself. And I think it's true. I think it's why, you know, we just kind of met up, and this was the right part for me.
well, we're so thrilled for you, all your success.
We can't wait for you to try to fill in for us.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's going to start now.
The Packers on HBO Max. The NFL season is Thursday. Coming next, 2 o'clock. Packers versus 49ers.
In a typical world, you're gonna change the game. How else would you do such a special Louisville Husky football game? Florida betting.
Will do this anything sandwich.
Tickets also on that team. Do you expect with your team, KPG?
Hey, Dad, go next.
Actually, no, Justine. My famous two tacos are going down. 75 cents for my 75th anniversary. Could you press 6, please? I'm going up. Get two tacos for just 75 cents, and up only February 3rd.
Talking and talking about.
Familiar with the ABC News Advantage Home Loan. With up to 90% financing, which means home buyers have an easier path to becoming a homeowner. Learn more about the ABC Advantage Home Loans at mybccnews.org.
Tomorrow starts today. Train for a healthcare career with Carrington College. Gain the skills to start your dream healthcare career or build on your experience to earn a bachelor's degree with 26 locations and online programs. Carrington College makes it easy to take the next step toward a career where your work makes a difference. Classes are now enrolling for 2026, so there's no better time to invest in your future. Visit carrington.edu.
Renovation, the innovation. With the Bathfitter Permafit solution, we measure with laser precision and custom manufacture your bath or shower so it fits perfectly over your old one. We install in a day with no demo or maintenance. For over 40 years, Bathfitter has been creating durable baths and showers with seamless watertight walls that are grout-free and easy to clean. It's a smart, custom-made, cost-effective solution, and it's guaranteed for life. Go to bathfitter.com.
The problem with California right now is people can't afford to live in California. And the number one reason is the electric bill. Look at the largest price of home that you can afford in California history. If you're going to build $5 billion, we need to cut permit prices absolutely. That's how you drive down costs. And I'm going to stop Wall Street from buying up middle-class homes and make California affordable and livable for families. I'm sorry. We need to get back to basics.
These other guys don't have protein like me. Up to 35 grams in my protein bowls. Pork trauma and 2 for $6 jackrabbits. If I'm saying something that's not true, do something about it. Try my protein bowls and jackrabbits. Talking
Table Mountain Casino Resort. The Cincinnati Flames just finished a regional hockey match. Here's Eric Hirschberg with Aloe Black with For Real. We were both performing at the same event. I was singing another one of my songs called I Love Not Drinking, which is sort of a sobriety anthem. The curator of the event knew that Aloe was also a non-drinker, so she said, you got to hear this song. We ended up singing it together that evening and got the whole crowd singing it with us. So that's a great start to any friendship.
It really is.
All right, Eric Hirschberg, the Aloe Black new single, For Real, is out now. We'll be right back.
If you would like to know more about anything you see on Live, you can head to our website at livewithkellyandmark.com.
Even on antidepressants, I was not impressed. I felt I was missing out on the moments.
also an expensive replacement. How's yours holding up? Call RoofMax for a free winter roof assessment with no obligation. Our treatment restores flexibility and strength to your shingles, adding up to 15 years of life to your roof. And right now, you'll get a free roof tune-up with your RoofMax treatment. We'll bring your roof out of winter better than it went in.
The Seek really is a special place that provides more than just an exchange of services. We really have a culture that embraces our values. Flexibility gives our provider that one-on-one rapport with their patient, and our patients can leave here feeling more beautiful, more confident, and a better version of themselves. We offer such a high level of customer service that you're going to forget that you're not our family by the time that you leave.
Get your tickets at FireFeverFresno.com. Headed into work, cruising without a care, and poof, I was hit out of nowhere.
Boom. In a flash, I was hurt in a bad car crash.
Hurt in a car accident? You know what to do. Call 800-222-2222. I hired the law firm because insurance was actually great.
They got me over $900,000 for my case.
Oh, baby, call We Law Brothers. Call 1-800-222-2222.
Closed captioning sponsored in part by...
If you're concerned with a laundry room, that's why I always recommend All Free Clear for sensitive skin. It's free of dyes and perfume.
It's a key part of my self-care routine and is just for sensitive skin and dry skin.
For an effective clean that's gentle on skin, all you need is All Free Clear.
Welcome back from your week in Bob. Welcome. Linda from Cape Neck, Maine. For Monday's snowstorm, my car is in there somewhere. Oh boy.
Welcome, Stuart from Chicago. For Homestead, getting snow in Ohio. This is Snow Bennett. My husband and 11-year-old daughter, Lennon, made this spray-painted giant snowman.
Adorable. Mary from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Go Blue. Stay warm in Ann Arbor. Go Brew.
Candace from Naples, Florida said yesterday we had a visitor staring and scratching trying to get into my sunroom. Yes. Do we let these ones?
No.
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 No. Okay, no.
Tiffany Clemente from Oakdale, New York. Baby Mia was making the most of this cold and snow with her pack, Lila and Latte.
So cute. Marty Kemp from Rockport, New York says Pixie has her own bougie water fountain. Yes, we have a similar water fountain.
Billy Hackett from West Hollywood, Florida. Greetings from Palm Springs. Wish you were here. 70 degrees, a little chilly.
Yes. Yes.
Keep
Yo,
it right up.
whatever happened to our winter residency in Palm Springs? That's happening, right?
Even again.
Happening soon? Okay, great. Mary Anara from Willoughby Hills, Ohio said, our mound of snow so far, I'm 5 feet tall. It's 3 degrees this morning.
Oh boy.
Put your coat all the way on, Barry.
Darlene from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We snow blow the backyard to make potty time comfy for our dog.
Oh, that's nice.
Smart.
Yeah, we have in our backyard, which has been a lifesaver. We have like a patch of grass, like it's a little patch of artificial turf, and it's under the cover, the awning. So when it's inclement weather, Lena just goes on the patch and hightails it back in.
Literally hightails.
Yeah. All right, we'll be right back, everyone. Oh, that's it. Tomorrow's show, we won't be back. We'll be back tomorrow. Kevin James,
Michael Manheim.
more homes in California than Osborne. Whether it's a total fixer-upper or in perfect condition, Osborne Homes is the easiest way to sell your house fast, all cash. Best of all, when you sell your house to Osborne Homes, there are zero commissions, zero fees. Plus, no banks, no realtors, no repairs, and no waiting to close. We buy your house as is, all cash. Just go to osbornehomes.com right now for your free, no obligation, all cash offer. We are here ready to buy your house 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So go to osbornehomes.com right now.
Don't wait. Sell your house to Osborne Homes and put the cash in your pocket right away. Any house, any condition, all cash right now. Just go to osbornehomes.com or call us today at 800-976-6292. Go to osbornehomes.com.
We're all in on building a healthier, stronger Central Valley, on providing you with the right care, at the right time, and in the right place, on tackling the challenges of today, while training the caregivers of tomorrow, all in on the latest technology so you can celebrate your wins. Community Health System is driven by one cause, to better the lives of all those we serve. Because when it comes to your health, your family, your future, we're all in.
A damning new report on federal agents killing ICU nurse Alex Preddy has Madness Inner Circle playing the blame game, and more Republicans calling out Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. I've lost confidence in her. As the president says he stands by Noem, could Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller be the fall guy after Trump contradicts his claims about Preddy? Plus, Trump's shocking response after Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar's terrifying town hall confrontation with an attacker carrying a syringe. Then, Spencer Pratt is sharing confessions of a reality TV villain, his journey to become the good guy, and his mission to be the next mayor of L.A. But business leaders are going to work for you on a special edition of View Your Deal. Here's some hot topics with Goofy, Sandy, Roy Bayhawk, Andy Navarro, Sunny Hostin, and the mistletoe Griffin. Now let's get things started.
Just making sure. So let's tell you what's going on. A new DHS report on the shooting death of Alex Preddy by federal agents has administration officials pointing fingers. It makes no mention that Preddy ever brandished his gun, which paints a much different picture than the story pushed by Kristi Noem, Greg Bovino, and Stephen Miller, who called Preddy a would-be assassin. Yes. And here's how you know who tried to spin it yesterday. Take a look.
Alex Preddy's death was justified.
But you know what? Doing a big investigation, I want to see the investigation. I think we went through over it.
Goofy, now we're going to step down.
No.
Acting out of assassin in Minneapolis.
Who's that?
Deputy Chief of Staff.
That being said, you know, you can't have guns. You can't walk in with guns. You just can't. And you can't, listen, you can't walk in with guns. You can't do that. But it's just a very unfortunate incident.
Commander Bovino is supposedly leaving Minneapolis along with some CBP agents. Is this a pullback?
I don't think it's a pullback. It's a little bit of a change. Bovino's very good, but he's a pretty out there kind of a guy, and in some cases that's good. Maybe it wasn't good here.
Now, Miller is now admitting agents may not have followed protocol. And Noem reportedly said she was just doing what you know Miller wanted her to do.
Who do you think is going to be the fall person?
I mean, the vote is definitely being backed up over Kristi, though, it seems like right now. But I think what frustrates me is two things, like, rest in peace, Second Amendment. I can't imagine if the Democratic president walked out and said, you can't have a gun, you can't bring a gun, we're not doing guns, people would be up in arms. But secondarily, I'm someone who deeply supports law enforcement, and what we saw on the streets of Minneapolis is an utter breakdown of protocol by law enforcement. And I think like, once somebody is disabled, their arms above their head, their shirt pulled over their back, their gun removed from their person, there is not a law enforcement entity in this country who would say the next step is that 10 times they should be shot. That is indefensible. But I would also say this is likely a result of ICE and CBP having shorter training standards. They basically want to surge these people into the streets, so they have actually reportedly gone from 5 months of training down to 6 weeks. Lucky Harris highlighted this before. That is unheard of in a major law enforcement capacity. They're recruiting at age 18, which, yes, you can serve in the military, but we call the frontal lobe is not fully formed at that age.
Not till 30.
They're giving these massive bonuses, the signing bonuses of 5,000, and they're leaning, or 50,000, and they're leaning into recruiting people who are playing video games.
Yeah.
Like, that is everything about this spells catastrophe. It spells there's going to be a mess in the streets. And while I appreciate the president saying he wants an honest investigation, Anderson Cooper interviewed a woman last night who was filming, one of the people filming Freddie's killing, and she said she's yet to be contacted by law enforcement. So we're not getting an honest investigation, I would say.
I mean, echoing what Elizabeth said about the president, that he's saying that out loud about the Second Amendment, because I was a little shocked that a lot of his top administrative officials were loosely talking, but I'm getting used to them not fully grasping things, like the Constitution. But if we have to endure conversations about guns after every school shooting and kids being shot, and how we need good people with guns, well, Alex Preddy was a good guy with a gun, and we see how that turned out for him. But I think if one more person talks about the gun and not having the right, it's going to really piss me off, because there was no movement after any school shooting. There are a lot of people like myself that believe in the Second Amendment, responsible gun ownership. Every state, right now, we have everything from Idaho, who has the weakest guns. You could just kind of walk in and they'll give you one. That's a joke. But and California has the strongest laws. I'd like to see everyone get on board with more reasonable, responsible gun laws. Like, this is the time. If we're going to now throw it all out the window on one Second Amendment right because it doesn't suit the narrative, let's have a real conversation about responsible gun ownership, because people seem open to it now. So, for me, it's also what they did and said after the death, the killing of Renee Good, where they said that these ICE agents, these federal agents, had absolute immunity. So you double down, you send even more agents to Minneapolis, a city which has now been occupied and militarized for over 2 months. You tell them they are allowed to do anything they want. You send them out there with a leader, Greg Bovino, who's parading through the streets dressed in Nazi haute couture. Yeah, and then you wonder why these horrible cases continue happening. Donald Trump is saying he wants to de-escalate. Okay, well, then do it. Don't just say it. Do it. Take your troops out of Minneapolis. They've suffered enough. Conduct a fair, unbiased, thorough investigation, including local authorities. And you know what else they can do?
What?
If they want to show that they're not going to be cruel jerks, they can do something like allow Maaz Tarabishi. He is a father from Jordan who had a pending a political asylum claim. He was detained in October. He had a son who was severely disabled. He was the primary caretaker. The son died without his father, and they're not allowing him out to attend the funeral.
Yeah. And, I've been following that case, and it almost feels like the cruelty is the point, because his father did everything he was supposed to do. He was going in for a check, which is for immigration check-in, which is what you're supposed to do under the law. So he did everything right, yet he was detained and wasn't there for his son. His son died. Can you imagine something like that, what he has to live with? But I will say this: I think Alex Freddie's death is such a horrible tragedy, but for some reason, his death has shifted
America's response to what is happening to Minnesota. And it reminds me, and I think Whoopi, you and I have talked about this, it reminds me of Mississippi burning during the civil rights movement, when the FBI refused to open up an office in Mississippi to investigate all of the murders of civil rights workers, right? People that were trying, freedom riders, people that were trying to register people to vote, except when the two young white men from New York went down to Mississippi to help, and they were murdered. And because of their murder, all of a sudden, America got very, very engaged and interested in what was happening with racial violence and police violence. And I think this sort of harkens back to that time. People are seeing people that look like them being murdered in the streets, and they are finding that if it happens to your neighbor, it can happen to you. And I think that while tragic, his death will be the change in Minnesota. I really believe that. You know what? It was a Schwerner and Andrew, Michael Schwerner and Andrew Goodman.
Yeah. And young Mr. Cheney.
And Mr. Cheney. Yeah.
Look, I have been bitching about this for months. For months. That if we don't start paying attention, nothing is going to change. And we kept saying, where is the line in the sand? Well, this is a man they tried to disparage and couldn't. They tried to disparage Miss Good as well and couldn't. And people are starting to say, well, wait a minute. You said this was for people who were bad. We were going to get people who were bad, and we were putting them out of the country. Instead, we're finding that you're putting out children, you're putting out families. And when you go to your thing with the judge, immigration, that's telling you you're following the rules.
Yeah.
So now you're telling me I can't do that, which makes me criminal suddenly. So what is it? What is it? Y'all need to get out of Minneapolis. You got to get out of there because you're not. I said it the other day. I'm saying it again. You're not helping. The other thing you need to do is you need to stop not being truthful because everyone now doesn't trust you, and everyone's phone is out. And we are seeing things we should not be seeing. Little kids should not have to see people getting shot on the streets of this country. This is not some backwater. This is America. So if you keep talking about, oh, we have to take our country back. Yeah, the people from midterms are going to take their country back because they're tired of this. So they're going to do it. They should do it. They're taking their time back. And we will be right back. Don't you get it?
From the moment you took your first breath, yes, I'm saying you, and boy, you have a smooth form, lost lungs, sweat spots, up and down, back and forth, over and over and over again. And when it was finally time to enjoy it all, COPD thought it could stop you. Well, COPD never met someone like you. You kept right on going. Restream is 3 medicines in 1 inhaler with better breathing starting within 5 minutes and helps prevent flares. Now that was quick. Maintenance treatment works as hard as you do. Restream won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Restream more than prescribed. Restream may increase risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Can't afford your medication? AstraZeneca may be able to help. Ready to take back your breath? Ask your doctor about Restream.
It's not just what you do for your heart, it's how you talk to it. And it's funny how it works.
Andrea says a whole lot of art. You know, check out famous celebrity Queen.
And look at Renetta. Gillette naturally forget migraines, but Gillette reduces the cost, making more thorough migraine days possible. So how can that forget you get migraine feelings? Don't take
a delightful mobile game that never has any ads. Another great thing about Royal Kingdom is that you can play without Wi-Fi.
Say without Wi-Fi. Wait, what? Really?
That's right, Tim. You don't need to live like this. Royal Kingdom is free to download and free to play. Don't be a sad Ted Danson. Download Royal Kingdom today.
Okay, you got this. It's just a laxative. How scary can it be? You can do hard things.
Honey, relax. It's Miralax. It works with the water in your body to hydrate yourself and stop gentle building. It's Miralax.
We made a suggestion.
Pullman Auto. No. Pullman Auto Insurance.
Okay? Any other ideas?
Bundling your home and auto insurance for relatively cheap prices.
Save more ideas. Anything goes.
Sacrifice.
That's the one. Okay, great.
Like how you don't have to sacrifice great coverage to save on insurance when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. I heard bathtub.
Focus is vacation. Gets between you and what you love. One monthly Sublocade may help you move forward in your recovery. Sublocade, with counseling and psychosocial support, treats moderate to severe opioid addiction in adults 21 or those who need buprenorphine or already on buprenorphine. Sublocade is just one dose at home all month long with no opening details required. Buprenorphine should be started after the first signs of withdrawal. Sublocade may cause harm or death if injected in vain. As an opioid, it may cause serious life-threatening bleeding problems. Ask about naloxone for opioid overdose. Get emergency help right away if you're faint, dizzy, bleeding, confused, have problems breathing, swinging, or talking, or if naloxone is given. Don't take with other opioids, benzos, alcohol, or other drugs, including street drugs. This can cause severe drowsiness, decreased awareness, breathing problems, coma, and death. In emergencies, call medical staff. Sublocade for opioid dependence. This isn't a full list of risks and side effects. Talk to your doctor and read patient label for more information. If you or a loved one is struggling with opioid addiction, visit Sublocade.com.
That smile off your face, you hard knock.
I couldn't do that show today.
There's no way.
With 800 pure fuel TV. Tonight on ABC, Steve Disney Plus and Hulu.
In Nick Burgetsky's new game show, Average Wins. We asked 100 average Americans which of these would be the worst to have as a sibling. Werewolf. You look like a werewolf. The Sweetest Average American premieres February 25th on ABC. Welcome back. Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar had a town hall last night where she was attacked by a guy who sprayed an unknown liquid at her. Take a look.
Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment. I don't know. We will continue. Here is the reality that people like this husband don't understand. We have to discourage strong, and we will stay resilient in the face of whatever they might throw.
ABC News asked, about the attack. And he responded that she was a fraud and that she probably had the self spray knowing her. Yeah, really. And then here's what he said about her just a few hours before the attack at an Iowa rap stop. Take a look.
Ilhan Omar, did you see that white guy? She's always talking about the Constitution that provides me with the following. The Constitution, she comes from a country that's a disaster. So probably it's considered, I think, it's not even a country. Okay? It barely has a governor. I don't think it does. They go to one thing, pirates. But they don't do that anymore. You know why? Because they get the same treatment from us as the drug dealers get. Boom, boom, boom.
So the question is, I've been listening to this rhetoric all week. What everybody said they were toning it down. What happened to turning down the temperature?
He's not going to turn down the temperature.
Right.
This is his modus operandi.
Right.
This is all he knows how to do. And I think Governor Shapiro said it best yesterday. Political violence has to be universally condemned by everyone involved. It does not matter who the victim is. It is the act itself. You should not have to hear whether the person that was victimized was on your side or not. They are a human. We all get on board together on this. I am also Max Frost. Representative Max Frost, Maxwell Frost, was punched in the face at a film festival. We are dying for good politicians, and yet this political violence is driving the actually good ones away. We are seeing record numbers of congressional candidates leaving for the first time in years. This this rhetoric, these actions are scaring away the actual people we need. It has to stop, and it has to stop now.
And it has to come from the top. It has to come from the
Yeah.
top down.
Sadly, we're going to have to work around
Yeah.
that right now because
Yeah.
I don't see that changing.
And that's the thing. It's like this president is so deeply unserious and full and unqualified that everybody seems to be following his lead, unfortunately. And I like that. We're seeing some Republicans come forward and condemn political violence on both sides of the aisle. I don't think enough. I don't think enough people are standing up to this president and telling him, you don't do that. And for the Maxwell Frost of it all, part of that was so bigoted because the person, he is Puerto Rican and Haitian. And
In
the
Florida.
and was born in Florida. And the person told him to go back to his country. And so, we're seeing this bigotry, this racism, and this political divisiveness in this country at a time when we really do need to freaking turn down
The man who punched Maxwell Frost
told him that
Donald Trump was going to deport him. Deport him to where? Disney World?
yeah,
I mean,
he's Orlando.
and I'll tell you something. Puerto Rico, which his mother was, they're American citizens. His father was Haitian. Okay, but if they're going to start deporting children or forcing them or parents to be Puerto Rican, it's make us bad. Americans should stay here and be Americans. But and you all said it better than I could. Just good people aren't going to want to go into politics. I wouldn't want my closest loved ones to run for federal office in this environment. And that's a really sad decision who cares about being civically involved and cares about this country. It is so toxic, but I think you do have to work around the top. We're never going to see it improve. He plays to the audience and he just says what he wants to. That doesn't mean we can't all be better.
Well, too, we can all be better. But,
Oh, you little sneaky little animal. What does it say? Can you read it? Can't read what it says. There you go. Jesus. Cancelled, man. It was cancelled. No. What do I do? I play? Do I sleep? Go to sleep later. Today's the 28th. I wonder when. I wonder if um, the brain prunes the neurons during during its development or its major development, which is during infancy up to I don't know, um, up to 7, 8 years old, possibly a little bit longer than that. But my question is, I wonder if the brain is pruning its neurotransmitters or just its neurons, right? Not neurotransmitters. It could be transmitters too, um, but it's neurons because because these genes are either recessive or dominant genes that have no meaning in the child's in the child's or just the person's right um, daily activities, right? So there's like, for example, um, what if we all carry different genetic makeups, which we do, right? But I'm talking about like genetic makeups as far as like we all have the possibility of having green eyes, blue eyes, free, whatever eyes you can think of, hair, right? Skin, um, skin pigments, or whatever it is, right? Just these different types of um, genes, right? However, right? And the reason why I say that is because if if I if I were to get with a a girl that has these genes, right? These genes that I'm talking about, and her genes are dominant genes, then there's a possibility of the baby, right? Of the baby having these genes, right? So then, um, so then, that's why I say we carry these genes because you could say like it's dominant and these genes are in there and all that stuff, but if that was true, then why would you need why would you need 23 chromosomes from each parent in order to make up a baby, right? Why would you need that? Because there has to be um there has to be a set of 46 chromosomes, right? There in order for the baby to be born. And I think what happens is is during this time that these chromosomes are being put together, um, they somehow, how would I say it? How would I say it? They somehow are saying like, okay, well, we found um a compatible match, right? We found a compatible match and these genes, right? Um, this person, this person had like the parent, like the dad had like recessive eye color, and the mom had um, dominant eye color. So then, so then, let's call it. So when these two genes, when these two genetic makeups interact with each other, then that's when it's like, okay, well, um, there's there's no need to fight over, or there's, I would say it's like it just says like, okay, like, yeah, well, we'll make it a dominant gene, right? Because, but then that's the same thing. Like, well, I'm thinking, well, then that's the same thing as saying, well, dude, that's what dominant and recessive genes are about. However, I'm thinking of it, but I don't think I'm explaining it right. Um, it's it's like, how would I say it? Would it be the fact that subconsciously the individual, each individual, both the male and the female, are thinking about like, oh man, like um, about something that the person likes in the other person, right? And so like it's like, oh wow, like um, let's just say I I I attract a girl, right? I attract a woman who just who's into like the appearance, or like the way someone dresses, or just, I don't know, the height or whatever it may be, right? Whatever, like these character, not characteristics, but like I would say traits or features, whatever it may be, that the opposing person likes, right? Then that subconsciously, or just consciously, because if you're aware of it, then it's consciously, but then subconsciously, um, that kind of that kind of manifests in the person. So when they have a baby, then that baby is that baby has the potential of expressing um, these features or traits or whatever it may be, right? So that's what I think about, like when you see Darwin's there, when you look at Darwin's theory of evolution, where he went to the Galapagos Islands, um, and there was the same species of birds or animals that 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 looked the same. Oh, not look the same, but they were. I would say they kind of look similar. However, they have their differences, right? So from what I remember, that there was birds, right, and some birds had short noses and some birds had long noses, and it was the environment that made them live that way, because if they had the short noses, the food on that island wasn't available because they weren't able to to get that food, because the food was so like embedded or just stuck somewhere, where if a short nose went, they weren't able to reach the food. But if they had a long nose, they were able to they were able to go all the way and get the bird or food, whatever where the food was at, right? And the vice versa. If the nose was too long, then I think it had a counter effect, and that's why there was different bird had different type of beaks, right? Same thing with the sloths. There was different forms of sloths, um, and so what goes on is, I think it's it's the stress which is already learned um, in us, right? So it's the stress that we deal with, right? Which gives us like gives us this ability to transform, right? Anything that like it gives us the ability to transform because we are subconscious we're consciously and subconsciously thinking about these different things that make us right or that we think that we need or we may need in order to fit um, these things that they call self actualizations or basic needs um, um, it's called basic needs. And then once you reach that, and you go through the 4 or 5 different stages of these, of these, of these, of this process, or just the process, or whatever it is, right? To reach self-actualization, right? And so the reason why I'm saying this is it kind of plays a factor into um, two things. Is one the placebo effect, which is um, if you're taking something and um if you're taking something for like I don't know muscle enhancements, um whatever it may be um for some type of mental illness or basically like a disorder, um and it doesn't have any of these ingredients that you're thinking that is actually helping or beneficial to who you are or to who you are or who you are trying to become. I mean, um, then your body starts transforming itself, right? Because there's studies of the placebo effect where patients or clients are given um, just whatever it may be, any something that doesn't have these um, something that doesn't have the effect of what it's supposed to give out, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I feel better. Like I can do it. Like oh like right, um, like I don't feel sick no more, or it sort of treated me, whatever the case may be, right? Um, so then that's the placebo effect. So then that's the positive side of it, right? So then why would it not work the other way? And I'm pretty sure there is, because I remember hear people talking about like, hey, if you think that you're sick, and if you think that you're sick, you're going to be sick because it's kind of like a placebo effect, right? Um, because you're consciously and subconsciously thinking about being sick, and that what creates the sickness because there is there wasn't any sickness, but it's being created because that's what you're thinking. So and that's what kind of ties into my second question, which is or I forgot my which is what ties into what I'm talking about, like when you're under in when you're like the Darwin theories of evolution, right? These animals stressed out so much, right, that they encoded themselves, basically thought about it so much that when they had an offspring, that they get that not all of them, right? Now every single one was given these genes, but it was there was a few of them, or if however it was, whatever that ratio was, whatever the statistics of that was given maybe like I don't know, a centimeter, a millimeter, whatever, like it could be an inch, right? Nose for them to able to kind of survive more, and as they continue to go, and they're just like food started becoming scarce. They kind of stress themselves out even more. Like, dang, I wish I had a bigger nose because I would be able to eat more. So then they stress themselves out even more to the point where it changed them biologically. And when they had the offspring, then the transformation started taking place, right? Um, and that goes along with a lot of animals, right? If you think about like what are there, like I think it's called bucks or whatever, right? The ones with the antlers, and some of them have huge antlers and some of them have tiny antlers or whatever it is, but they want the bigger antlers because if you had bigger antlers you're able to win, and if you're able to win you're able to get the deer, and you're able to produce, right, better the odds of producing these big antlers again are are more likely, right? And so that's why I'm talking about like, um, dude, it's not nature and nurture. It's all nurtured. John Watson is right. As far as I know, that's what I'm thinking, because everything is learned. Because even if everything was learned, and you would have to go back to the however it was, like the first person or the first two people, however it was, right? Um, then that's where I guess, like, if you were to being able to look back to to whatever it was, a single cell organism, a multicellular organism, however we started to change, then that can be something where you could say that that's where it's nature, right? Because if how can you how can you do something if if it's not um, if it's not a precursor, right? Um, and so like, and like if there is like a god, right? And did this person just, if a person, organism, whatever it may be, um just was so curious, right? If it was curious and it just started exploring, it started being aware, um, and created something like us, right, through evolution, or has knowledge always already been here, and 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 then that would be the learned part. But I think everything's already learned, even if you don't know it, right? You're just like, oh, that's the first time I ever did it. That's the first time I ever saw it. But I think subconsciously, um, it's there. It's there. Um, and 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 it's always going to be there, right? Even if it gets pruned away in the beginning, there's this thing called neuroplasticity, where you can form new neurons, new connections. Um, and so that it kind of goes back to what I was talking about in the beginning about pruning of neurons. Are basically neurons being pruned during early childhood. I think um, the reason why there's so much pruning during early childhood is because, like I said, um, the body or the person is just like, hey, this is not useful. Um, there's no need for me to have, uh, for me to carry on this gene of like a of like I would say, I think what happens is it cuts the like because how would I say it? Because it cuts its duplications, right? Because if the parent carries if the parent carries if the parent if the mom carries um, a recessive gene or even a dominant gene, right? Of blue eyes, whatever it is, right? But her actual eyes are green, right? Because don't forget that I'm still talking about green eyes here. Um, and the father has, I don't know, let's just say if the father has brown eyes, right? And it carries copies of blue and green eyes, then it's saying like, well, hey, there's no reason for me to carry duplicates of blue eyes um because that's too much information to carry. Like why would you carry? It's kind of like putting something in the computer system and you're trying to put um two of the same things in the computer system and the computer's saying, "Hey, you already have a copy of this. Do you want to overwrite it?" Right? So then you overwrite. So then it only keeps one of them unless you change it a little bit. Like you're like, "Oh, well, I think this is better because um, I I I just like the way it looks or whatever it is, right?" But you can change the file name of it, and then it will no longer say that it's a duplicate. But if you're putting the same thing in there, right? So like for instance, if I'm importing something, right? So if I'm importing something onto a computer, then if the computer doesn't have it, it's going to be like, okay, yes, this is new information. What would you like to save it under, right? And then you can just save it under whatever name it is. Let's just call it milk, right? Save it under milk. Then you import that thing again, and the computer's like, oh, well, wait a minute. I already have milk. Um, why are you giving me another milk, right? It notifies you. Um, so then you could change the name, and then that way the computer doesn't recognize it. But in most cases, you're gonna be like, oh, well, shoot, I already have that. Then why do I need it? So then you could just delete it. And that's the same thing with 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 the coding, right? What happens during the process of a zygote forming that um that it has duplications, and as mitosis starts forming and these duplications starts like going on, the body's like, well, or even after birth, right? The things like, well, why am I carrying duplications of of blue eyes? I don't need it right now. So then it deletes a copy. It's pruning itself, right? And that can be for a lot of things. Like it can be like for however it is, whatever it may be, hair color, eye colors, big skin pigments, um, whatever it may be, facial features, body features, whatever it may be, right? Um, and so that's why um, I think that there's so much pruning going on, right? And it can just then I'm just talking about physical stuff. It could be a psychological stuff too, where that one of the parents or I don't know one of the parents' grandmas, great grandmas, however it may be, had some type of trauma, and and they didn't know how to cope with it. But um, so that was on the mom side, and then the dad side, um, they had a similar trauma, right? But they were able to cope, regulate, make some type of drastic change to improve themselves. So when these two things come together, right? And when these two traumas come together, then it's going to be like, well, why would I carry like if I'm kind of prone to this kind of like stress or trigger, then why am I going to keep a lower form of that copy, right? Um, and so so then it deletes itself. But then on the other side, when it, like if you have a brother or sibling, it could be like, well, wait a minute, like maybe I do need it. So then they give that to the other kid and not to one of them. Then that's why there's always different makeups, right? Because the body is just trying to make its best decision and 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 plan for the future, whether it's good or bad. Um, so that way it has a chance of surviving in its environment. And so my ultimate point is things are learned. It's learned. Anything, I think it's learned um, because it's it's hard to say that things are stumbled upon. Well, and I hear everybody's arguments like, well, yeah, like if I find something new, a new discovery, then I stumbled upon it. No, it was there was three things that allowed you to stumble upon that: your curiosity, um, and your awareness. Your curiosity, the awareness, and um, your subconscious, your subconscious awareness, right? Or subconsciously, you stumbled upon it, right? Because if you're curious, you're gonna be like, oh, I wonder, I wonder what would happen if I mix, um, I don't know, a freaking an elephant and a tiger, right? Or so that's curiosity, right? Um, or you could have the knowledge and be like, well, hey, I wonder what happens. I mean, I know what happens. Um, but then that would be learned already, right? Because if you already know, then that would be learned, or it could be subconsciously that, yeah, dude, it would just be curiosity. Then I would just say curiosity, and that's learned too because it's like, well, then how do you even know? How do you even know what curiosity is? And it has to go back to the subconscious of knowing what it is from the gate. I don't know. I think too much. I'm pretty sure there's probably a lot of people who who may not see it the way I see it. Because I just went to a council class today, and or I went to a council class today, which I had no idea that it was canceled until I ran um, into like a student that was in that class, and that was afterwards of us having a conversation about nature versus nurture, um, which led to a discussion that 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 kind of blew past her head, or just uh, to a point where she felt as if I was maybe too dumb to understand what she was telling me. But so because I was telling her about, hey, can you tell me what's nature versus nurture? And she was just like, well, um, but as nurture is just basically I already learned things. Uh, nature was just like what does she describe nature? Nature as developing like sickle cell or developing schizophrenia, right? These are the things that she was talking about. But then I was just like, well, those things pre-exist. Everybody has that predisposition of what it is, right? I think that like I said, it's there, and I told her it's like a sleeper gene. Everyone has it, but and but it's expressed only when people are being stressed, right? That's why they call it the thesis model, um, where stress and triggers invokes a disorder, right? And she was just like, "Oh no, it's a like a biological change, and it's like the brain being damaged and stuff like that." Yes, that is what it is, but um, it's already learned, and that's why I call it a sleeper gene, because or people call it sleeper genes too, um, because it's it's already there. It's already there, and so and she was just like, no, and I was like, yes. I was all like, she's all like, schizophrenia is is nature, because like like it just comes out of nowhere. Well, that may be true, but I don't think it is. I think people suffer minor episodes of it, right? Because I had given her an example. I was like, well, daydreaming, that's a form of being delusional. I mean, right? Because you're there and you're kind of hallucinating. You're just like kind of lost in train of thought. But people that were like, no, that's just a daydream. Like it's not, since it's not a long term factor, then um then it's not schizophrenia. You're not delusional, because people do it all the time, and it's just a temporarily phase. But that's still a form of that's on if on my in my eyes, that's a form of schizophrenia. If you daydream, which a lot of us do, um, then that's a form of schizophrenia, because that schizophrenia is having cases of it's delusional and hallucinations, right? And depending on how how schizophrenic that episode may be, right? Or just how weird that daydream, I would say daydream may be, because you can daydream and you can hallucinate. You can be like, oh, like you're thinking, and then you're like, it could be like a dream when you daydream, right? Um, that's what it could be. It could be a dream. You're dreaming while awake, right? Um, but anyways, um, and so she was just like, no, that's. She's all like, no, and I was like, yeah. I was all like, have you ever heard of placebo? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, well, okay. I think this is what I was saying earlier. I was like, okay, well, if people can trick themselves into bettering themselves, why can't we do the opposite? Why can't we trick ourselves into being sick? Why wouldn't there? If you believe it, right? If you can believe being better, why wouldn't we believe that we cannot be sick? Why? Why wouldn't that be true? And so that's like, I think that's what kind of said it, because it's true. And I think that's what kind of closed the lid on her thinking cap, because either one, she was just like, man, this dude's too stupid to understand what I'm trying to tell him, or two, my argument was too so strong that she couldn't handle the conversation, and so she says, well, maybe you should talk to the teacher about it. Dude, like, I don't know, like, Um, there's a lot of things that I there's a lot of things that I don't understand. But I've been told many times that I think abstractly, which is a form of just theorizing, right? Um, and I like to do that. I don't know why, but I like to I, I I like to think outside the box. Um, and sometimes I may be absolutely wrong. If not majority of the times, I could be absolutely wrong. But I do feel like some of my things they do have strong points, and maybe someone will prove me absolutely wrong, or maybe I will be right. Because so far, I think what I'm saying is right. I don't know. I haven't been. I haven't done any research to kind of challenge myself or to actually say, hey, or haven't read anything too much that says, hey, you're wrong. Like, look at these are facts, these are details, this is evidence of why you're wrong. Because the evidence that I think that I have produced kind of upholds what I'm trying to say. And um, there's a lot of people I'm probably pissing off. Like, dude, you're so wrong. You're so wrong. And that's not even if they're listening, right? Because I don't, you're gonna be like, well, dude, how can you be pissing off a lot of people? You only got like one view or zero views or whatever the view count is, right? But I I've been like I've been looking or just seeing this Neuralink thing where you're able to read someone's brain thoughts, their thoughts basically, brain thoughts, right? You're able to read their thoughts that are that are being said in the brain, right? And I have witnessed it myself. The reason that's why I can say it is because I'll be going somewhere and um, thinking of something or um, trying to go buy something, and either one. And so when I'm thinking of it, um, someone's doing it, right? Or it would be like if I'm like, dang, dude, I wish I had um, like some I don't know. I wish I had like a green shirt or something like that, right? Or I wish I had a freaking a black I don't know like a black Jordan jacket and and I'll go outside and then there'll be a black Jordan jacket outside. I'll be like, what the hell? Like, what are the odds of that, right? Of me thinking of it and then it's being outside. It may not be brand new, or maybe brand new, whatever that form of right, whatever the value of that item is, it's outside, right? So not only that, um, I'll go to the I'll be going to any store, right? Any big store, little store, whatever it may be, to buy something. Let's just say I'm going to go to like a little local store, corner store, to buy me an energy drink. Um, and so I'll be like, dang, dude, I'm tired. I want an energy drink. I get to the store and it's gone. I'm just like, what? Okay, that's there's a possibility of that, right? I go to another store and it's gone. Whoa, two stores not carrying that item. I'm like, okay, wow. I'll go to another store, gone. oh shoot, now something weird's happening, right? So there could be possibilities of like they discontinued it. The company just it hasn't sent out any more things. But for it to happen over and over and over, right? Then there's something going on, and that's why I can say that this Neuralink or some other form of it that someone got a hold of um, is allowing them to listen to what I'm saying, to listen to what I'm saying, and maybe in the future, people people are gonna be like, oh, like dude, yeah, that's what it is. I remember him talking about it, but I've been talking about this for a long time, for like 5 years now. 5 years, because that's when it starting to happen. That's when I started to realize um, that there's something weird going on. Some, Something weird going on, and they're calling it neuroscience because, like, dude, if you're able to go to a neurologist and they hook you up to different types of machines, PETs, RMF, RMRIs, right? If that one is one of them. There's like I forgot that there's like two other machines that measure brain activity, right? So you go into this machine and they're monitoring your brain and whatever you're thinking, um, it lights up that region, right? So then, well, if that machine is able to pick it up there, right? Why wouldn't you make a bigger machine, right? So like that machine only works when you're in it, right? So it goes over your head, whatever it's a helmet, whatever it may be, and it goes like that. So then why wouldn't I be able to make a bigger machine and then be able to read your brain activities that way, right? Why wouldn't I do that? Why can't I do that? And maybe that's what it is. It's maybe they they're able to say like the machine is like, I don't know, let's say the machine is 5 feet by 5 feet, right? That has an area of 25 feet. Um, right? And so that's why it was so big. That's why you had to be there. Well, what happens if like, dude, technology, right? It always things always start off big, and then they start refining. They start refining things, and they can make it super small. Um, and so why wouldn't they be able to do that with this type of neurological device, right? And to a point where they put it in a satellite, they shoot it up in space, and now this thing has a radius, right? A circumference of how many ever square miles it may be. And you're able to pick it up like that, right? Kind of like a Wi Fi tower, a telephone tower, all these towers, right? Whatever it may be. Um, right? Like your home Wi-Fi box, how it has a certain distance um, for people to connect to it before it before it works or doesn't work, whatever it may be, right? Um, yeah, dude. So what if that's what it is? Like they have the like, dude, in the classes that I'm taking, these psychology classes, they're telling me that there's different regions of the brain. There's four main regions of the brain. The peripheral, um, not peripheral, the parietal, the perial. I don't know how to pronunciate that thing. It's like Partial. I think that's what it's called, a partial lobe. You got the frontal lobe, um, occipital lobe, and um, what is it? The temporal lobe, or I think it's the starts with the T though, because I remember I made an acronym for it. I call it top F or F top. Right? You got the frontal, occipital, the frontal, the temporal, occipital, and the parietal lobes, right? And in these different uh, areas of the brain, there's substructures, right? So like in the frontal lobe, there's like five different structures of it, which is you got the prefrontal cortex, um, you got Broca's area, along with like three other ones. Um, and then in the temporal lobe, you have the thalamus, right? And then in the occipital lobe, you have, I think you have your it's, I think it's like your rectangular formations, um, your medulla, your pons, right? I could be wrong though, like, right? Your cerebellum, your right? Or that could be the cerebellum could be inside your partial lobe, which is responsible for movement. Um, but there's different others. I just remember there's like 17. There's 17 structures of the brain, which fall under the four main structures of the brain, right? And so if if you're able to have this machine just somewhat understand where this thought is coming from, then you can just trial and error and be like, oh yeah, like he's thinking this, he's thinking about moving, he's thinking about walking, he's thinking about this, he's thinking about that. So, um, that's dude, like that's why I feel like if someday we're going to do what they're talking about, speak telepathically, just like what they show us, dude. And I don't think it's new technology. Honestly, I don't think it's new technology. It's old technology. The government probably already had it, um, or just some person, whoever it may be, already had it. And why why give it to people just yet? Why? Right? Why give it to them? Why not give it to them in little bits? Right? Keep them distracted a little bit, because that's what it kind of seems like they're trying to do, distract everyone from something, right? But yeah, man, pretty tired. All right, 11. Oh, Jesus. I don't feel like cutting off the live. I just feel weird. I feel like I'm overthinking. Two, I feel like I'm a little bit paranoid slash, or you could say skeptical that if I cut off the the live, someone else is gonna try to impersonate me. That's what it feels like. Um, and I think it's more along someone that the manager knows. Because, dude, like, tell me what would be the reason to change your car license plate, to tint your car windows. Why would you do that? Unless you were hiding something. And that's what some of these people in these apartments are doing. Right? In my apartment complex, not in my apartment, but inside the apartment complex, where um, I'll be like, oh, dude, like, cause I like to know my surroundings, right? So I'll look at the car, I'll look at the license plate number, and 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 sure enough, like I'll see that car again, and I'll have a different license plate number on it, right? That's kind of like it's possible, like hey, like they just barely bought it, they wanted to change their license plate number, right? And so yeah, there's people who do that, right? But like for it to happen all like a lot, right? Then that's kind of bizarre. A lot of people in the same apartment like, oh yeah, like I just like I live in apartments. I live in an apartment complex where um, every week or two, someone changes their license plate number, and not only that, they put that license plate number on a different car. Why? Why would you do that? Right? And another thing was, I was coming home one day, and the manager's son has kids, and their kids were walking to my apartment. They're younger. They're like, I don't know, 3, 4, maybe 5 years old, 2 years old, however that whatever they are, walking to my apartment, and I seen them before that, right? Before that, where he's holding his kid's hand, and he's walking the manager's. The manager lives right next door to me, and so like after training, right, that training them, then they know where to go, right? And so then I caught them trying to come. He's like, and he goes, no, he was all like, no, we're not going there. Instead of saying like, hey, that's the wrong apartment, he's saying, no, we're not going there. That's kind of weird. I don't own any cats. I don't own any animals. Um, and there's this cat that is outside, which I know who it belongs to. There's two people that it belongs to, two different apartments that it belongs to, and it comes to my apartment before I even started feeding it. They start coming. Like, what kind of cat? What kind of cat goes to someone's apartment and tries to go inside of it without being introduced to it? Right? It's not like right. Think about it, dude. Like, your neighbor has a cat. How often does it go into your apartment without you trying to get it into your apartment? Right? Like, come here, kitty, kitty. Right? Trying to get it in there. Right? So there's some things that I'm thinking about. One, um, someone who lived here before me owned that cat, and that's why that cat's trying to come in. That could be one of the reasons. Two, um, that person who used to own that cat or owns that cat brings that cat in here with them when I'm gone. Those are the two possible things that I can think of right now. So something that you think of, man, when you're an overthinker. Think about a lot of different things. But I can play some Roblox. Probably go to sleep or something. I don't know. I think being I think being by myself, not living with anyone, um, kind of solidifies who I am or what I become. Because it's there's nothing really to change me, right? So for the reason why I say that is because like people change. That's why the not in my but in the Psych 38 class, I think it was child development class. I think it's called child development. But in the Psych 38 class that I took, they talk about like the different stages of life and how people change over the course of time, right? Um, and and I would say what I got from that class is its influence. People change based on the influence around them, the environment, basically, right? You get a new job, um, you meet new people, and in order to fit in, you become like it's surrounding, right? Same like anything, like you meet a new person, right, and they say a word, that word kind of rubs off on you. That's why people say, "Oh, you're rubbing off on me, could it?" Right? Or, you're rubbing off on me, man. And they start laughing, right? Since I live with myself, and I don't interact with a lot of people, right? Just go play pickleball, go to school. Don't really talk to too many people, and I come home. Um, and that's it, right? And so there's not the um, the influence that kind of comes around doesn't really rub off on me. And that so whatever personality traits I have already solidified. They're solidifying, um, and that's why it's um, kind of hard to tell me something, right? Just like the conversation that I was having with my classmate about nature versus nurture. She was trying to explain to me that it's both. It's nature and nurture, but I don't. I can't believe it because I don't see any evidence of it being nature, basically natural, or just not natural, but it's just something that is un, it's like unlearned. It's just spontaneous. Nature is just spontaneous. I don't think I don't think things are spontaneous. I think they happen because of some type of action. Some 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 action that happened before. I think that's why a lot of people, but some people still carry that I don't know if it's a saying or a phrase, right? But they say history has a way of repeating itself. So could that be true about behaviors and everything like that, right? Habits, right? History. You have a history of drug abuse, history of violence, history of freaking um, of putting on one sock and one shoe at a time, right? You put on a sock, your shoe, you put your right sock on, you put your right shoe on, put your left sock on, then you put your left shoe on, right? Just habits. But it's crazy because they psychology would say like um, that if you do it too much, it's considered disorder, right? That's why they call it. What's that disorder? It's called obsessive compulsive disorder, right? A lot of people are familiar with this, which is someone having the tendency to clean all the time, right? Oh man, it's dirty. I need to clean, or just the feeling of I need to wash my hands, right? And so the reason why they do that is because they call it not normal. Whoa. Well, anything that is not normal, then you're gonna call it a disorder. Jesus, because there's a lot of people who do things over and I call it a habit or just a behavior, right? It's just a behavior that we do because it's programmed in us. Um, it's everyone does it, dude. Everyone has OCD in some way, some other. You can say that you don't, but there's something that we all do, and whether that's the same thing that someone else does, it's still OCD, bro. It's still OCD, dude. Um, to the point where it's like, um, anything, anything. I would say like brushing your teeth. People like, well, that's a habit. Okay, depends on who's looking at it, right? Because if someone else in a different country doesn't brush their teeth, but they're aware about OCD and habits and all that stuff, they'll be like, damn, those American people have a problem. Why are they brushing their teeth so much? Don't they realize that brushing your teeth is sort of bad for you? It does have its benefits, but it also has its downside. Like the chemicals are inside the toothpaste. Um, what it does to your enamel when you brush your teeth, right? Um, just different stuff, dude. It it I say I think the only two things that brushing your teeth probably has a positive side to it is one, it doesn't your breath doesn't smell, and two, um, it potentially protects yourself from cavities. But then I can make an argument saying like, hey, well, the reason why your breath smells is because of the food that you eat, right? Not only that, it's what people think, right? Um, and and the reason why you have cavities is because of what you eat. Candy, sugar, right? All these different things are harmful um, for our teeth. So the way I like to look at things is think about like animals. Like, do you think like um, animals freaking because animals don't brush their teeth, right? So how do they maintain their teeth? How, right? How do they maintain their teeth if they don't brush their teeth? You hardly see animals with all their teeth missing, right? They're like, oh, right, no teeth. They usually die um, before they have no teeth, right? Because just their environment and all that stuff. But my question, my original question that I had said before I kind of went into like my overthinking mode or just over talking mode is, um, do animals go up to another? Oh, does one animal go up to the same kind of animal, right? For instance, a cat going up to a cat or a dog going up to a dog, and just be like, "Geez, dude, your breath smells," and then just like tolerates it, right? Or just walks away, right? I don't think that's possible, right? Because one, dogs, animals don't talk, right? Or at least we think that they don't. Um, and I don't know, this is kind of going off on a tangent a little bit, but um, I think they do communicate in some way, some form. All animals communicate to each other. But anyways, but yeah, dude, I don't think animals say that to each other, communicate that to each other. Um, but it's just what we think of each other that kind of shapes us who we are. And I was just talking about this the other day. Um, if you live on a farm and you're not used to the smell, um, it's gonna bother. It's gonna be bothersome, right? But eventually, over time, um, we're gonna get used to it, right? And a person who's not used to it is gonna come by and be like, "Dang, dude, freaking farm smells crazy." Whatever it smells like, right? It can be horse, pig, cows, chicken, whatever the smell may be, right? Um, it's gonna be there, and the longer they're there, they're eventually gonna get over that smell. But yeah, dude, we'll see how far technology takes us, and if I can look back at this day, the 28th, 20 of 128, 26, and say, "Dang, do I remember that day? Holy crap! I was so wrong, or I was so right, or I was half wrong and half right, whatever the ratio may be." I can look back and just say, geez, that's the true meaning of something. Maybe I won't. Maybe something mysterious might happen, or not mysterious, but just something might happen. Life is weird like that. Things happen by the second, by the hour, whatever, maybe even a minute, days, months, whatever, right? And so on and so forth, right? Whatever. But that would be crazy if I were to live another 10, 20 years and just be like, geez, there I was by myself talking to this video, not video, but just yeah, this camera that's recording me and saying, hey man,